Speaker.
全能的上帝，我们感谢你赐予我们的祝福，撇开所有个人利益，我们向国王致敬，并祈求在我们的讨论中指引我们，使我们能以智慧、正义、仁慈和谦卑处理这议会的事务，为新西兰的福利和和平而努力。阿门。Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed upon us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this house with wisdom, justice, mercy, and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen.
Members, I'm sure that you will want to wish, along with me, welcome to His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmad Al Zayudi, Minister of State for Foreign Trade of the United Arab Emirates, and his accompanying delegation representing the gallery. The Leader of the House, the Honourable Simeon Brown.
Mr Speaker, today the House will adjourn until Tuesday the 15th of October. In that week, the House will consider the second readings of the Gambling Definition of Interactive Gambling Amendment Bill, the Fisheries, International Fishing and Other Matters Amendment Bill, and the Resource Management, Freshwater and Other Matters Amendment Bill. Wednesday will be a Members' Day. Point of order.
Point of order, the Honourable Simeon Brown.
Mr Speaker, I seek leave to make a personal explanation to correct a statement I made in question time on Thursday 19th of September.
Leave is sought. Is any objection to that course of action? It appears to be none.
Mr Speaker, on the advice of the Ministry of Transport, Honourable Matt Ducey responded to an oral question on my behalf that referenced, quote, default speed limits, end quote, in 6 countries. This morning, the Ministry of Transport corrected this advice to remove the word, quote, default. The correct statement is that, quote, Norway, Sweden, Iceland, Japan, Denmark and England all have speed limits of 50 kilometres per hour on urban roads.
A petition has been delivered to the Clerk for presentation.
Petition of Barbara Kuriga MP requesting that the House urge the Government to ensure access to Te Rapa and Hamilton North by reopening Ruffle Road. That petition stands referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered papers. Government response to the referral of the petition of Katrina Mitchell-Kotab on Gaza call for New Zealand to take further actions. 2023-24 annual reports for the Animal Control Products Limited and New Zealand Parole Board. I present the report of the Controller and Auditor General entitled Improving Auckland Council's Emergency Preparedness, a follow-up report. I also present in erratum to the report of the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment entitled A Review of Freshwater Models Used to Support the Regulation and Management of Water in New Zealand. Those papers are published under the authority of the House. Select committee reports have been delivered for presentation. Reports of the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee on the review briefing on the 2022-23 annual review of the Institute of Environmental Science and Research Limited, and the review briefing on the 2022-23 annual review of the Institute of Geological and Nuclear Sciences Limited. Report of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the review briefing on the 2022-23 annual review of the New Zealand Green Investment Finance Limited. Report of the Health Committee on the petition of Lucy Mullinger. Report of the Primary Production Committee on the Fisheries, International Fishing and Other Matters Amendment Bill. The bill is set down for second reading. The briefings are set down for consideration. No bills have been introduced. The Honourable Todd McLean.
Mr Speaker, I wish to make a ministerial statement on the closer economic partnership agreement with the United Arab Emirates. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to welcome my friend and colleague, His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi, the United Arab Emirates Minister of State for Foreign Trade, and his delegation. Mr Speaker, earlier today we were pleased to announce the successful conclusion of the New Zealand-United Arab Emirates Closer Economic Partnership Agreement, or CEPA. Just over 4 months after we launched the negotiations in Dubai on the 7th of May this year. This agreement is one of the most ambitious and liberalising of any trade agreement to date. I want to thank Dr. Thani and his team for their dedication and professionalism and the pragmatic way our teams have worked together to reach this agreement. Mr. Speaker, this high-quality trade agreement will grant New Zealand duty-free access for 98.5% of our exports to the UAE upon the agreement's entry into force, rising to 99% after 3 years. This is an exciting development for our farmers, manufacturers, services and digital exporters and our investors, and supports our government's goal of doubling the value of exports in 10 years. The UAE is a top 20 export market for New Zealand, one of our largest markets in the Middle East. As a vital logistics hub, it serves as a gateway for many of our companies into the wider region. This agreement will enhance our cooperation in areas such as agriculture, sustainable energy and the aviation and maritime sectors. Significantly, the CEPA provides major benefits to our agricultural sector, offering new opportunities in a world increasingly marked by protectionism. Beyond tariff elimination, the CEPA includes strong commitments on services, government procurement and in investment. The CEPA's investment facilitation chapter and a bilateral investment treaty concluded alongside the CEPA will create a framework for investment between our countries, providing investors with confidence that their investments will be treated fairly and equitably by the other party, helping to encourage greater investment flows. This agreement does not include investor-state dispute settlement. Beyond the numbers, the agreement also includes chapters on intellectual property, sustainable development, labour, sustainable agriculture, climate and on Indigenous trade. We've also secured New Zealand's Treaty of Waitangi exceptions to allow us to continue to meet treaty obligations. But why does this matter? Well, we face increasing challenges globally in the global environment, from food security concerns to climate change and geopolitical tensions. In such times, it's critical that we act to support the international rules-based trading system and grow our prosperity. Strengthening our international connections through trade is an essential focus for me as Minister and this government. Trade is a stabilising force that fosters shared benefits and cooperation and can enhance people-to-people linkages. It remains a crucial engine for economic growth, lifting incomes and helping economies to respond to global shocks. Trading nations like New Zealand and the UAE look outwards. We champion global connections and benefit from free flow of goods, services, capital and ideas. The government's focused on growing the economy and easing the cost of living for New Zealanders. Strengthening global connections is one of the key strategies to achieve this. Trade supports 1 in 4 jobs in New Zealand, with export-related jobs paying better wages than those that are not involved with export. Exporting firms are also generally more productive, faster growing than non-exporting firms. That's why we're committed to increasing the value of our exports, expanding market access and breaking down trade barriers. The swift conclusion of this high-quality agreement reflects that commitment. Now that we have done so, I look forward to working towards signature, ensuring that New Zealand and UAE exporters understand how to take full advantage of this agreement. I wish to extend my sincere thanks again to His Excellency Minister Al-Zuadi and to the UAE business delegation for their interest in fostering deeper ties with New Zealand businesses. Together, we'll ensure that this agreement delivers real value for both nations and for the citizens of New Zealand in the UAE. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call on the Honourable David Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the absence of Damien O'Connor, it falls to me to comment on behalf of the Labour Party. Can I congratulate the Minister and the Government for concluding this agreement? I want to say a little about its history. New Zealand got quite close to finalising this agreement in 2008, and then on the Gulf side there was a request made by the Gulf Cooperation Council for the UAE to conclude the agreement through that apparatus, and that then became disrupted with events in the region rather than on this side. As a consequence, after the 2008 election, the national government continued to proceed with other agreements, such as the early negotiations or the continuation of the negotiations with CPTPP. We then came to government, knocked off the finishing of CPTPP and prioritising other agreements like the European Free Trade Agreement, which we landed, the UK Free Trade Agreement, which we landed, the China upgrade and the ANSFTA upgrade. So it's good now to come back
and conclude the agreement with the United Arab Emirates outside of the Gulf Cooperation framework. Mr. Speaker, trade agreements can't be relied upon to cure all of the ills in the world, and it's unrealistic to expect that trade agreements will have binding environmental and labour obligations that are so high that they will cure all of the labour and environmental problems in the world. But trade agreements ought to do the lifting that they are able to do in advance of those very worthy goals. And so I'm pleased to hear that there are both trade and labour and environmental standards in this agreement, including as to objectives for climate change. That is good. In respect of the investment protocols, can I congratulate the Minister for carrying forward the position in respect of investor-state dispute settlement clauses. The House will be aware that there has been a backlash against those agreements in the world where civil society has not liked the fact that foreign multinationals can sue governments under ISDS clauses for breaches of trade agreements. And we, when in government, reached the view that those enforcement mechanisms should be government to government rather than corporates against government. And so we thank the government for carrying that forward in respect of this agreement, and for the UAE agreeing to that change of position, which is a change of position for the UAE, and I think settles down, or is likely to settle down, societal acceptance of agreements such as these. The final 2 points I would make. In respect of overseas investment protocols, New Zealand is well protected in respect of the issues that we can still screen for in respect of inward investment, which includes, under our regime, infrastructure with monopoly characteristics, obviously issues that have security ramifications, rural horticulture, forestry and residential land. Mr. Speaker, lastly, could I pass on my thanks to the UAE government for the cooperation that they showed during COVID. Only some members will be aware that there were a lot of phone calls made at the time of COVID to try and keep air links between different parts of the world open. None of these routes were profitable. New Zealand, through Air New Zealand, supported some routes. I recall phoning the then Trade Minister of the UAE asking the Emirates to keep their route open to New Zealand, albeit less frequently. Different calls were made to the likes of Singapore, and between work through the ministries on all of these governments, all these different parts of the world, we actually managed to maintain air connectivity for the rest of the world. Now that had both trade benefits, it enabled returning New Zealanders to get home and people to return to their other countries, albeit with restrictions around managed isolation and quarantine, but it also managed to help feed people in parts of the world who were reliant on protein and other food from New Zealand, which also helped our exporters, and of course it was heavily subsidised by the government, although some of the consequences of that for the deficit at the time seem to be more controversial now than they were at the time. So, Mr. Speaker, with those comments, can I congratulate the government and congratulate the UAE as well on this date, and look forward to participating in the consideration of the national interest analysis when it comes before the Select Committee.
Dr. Lawrence Sudan.
Mr. Speaker, I too rise as the Green Party spokesperson for trade, and firstly also congratulating the Minister for Trade, the Honourable Todd McClay, on this agreement, on this comprehensive economic partnership agreement. A couple of things I would like to address before, if I may, have a few questions for the Minister as well. And then the first thing is also thanking the Minister for upholding his commitment to not include the investor-state dispute settlement process, which is something that he has committed to in this agreement. I think that is something that, as we see with some of the previous trade agreements, is something that the Green Party feels very strongly around, particularly when it comes to CPTPP, CPPA, as well as the regrettability around retainment of the ISDS in the second protocol of the NSFTA. The other thing that the minister mentioned in terms of some of the tariff elements, also I think it's something that we're very interested in terms of the benefits to Aotearoa New Zealand, but not just to those peak bodies, but also particularly to those smaller companies and your ground level, smaller, locally produced farmers, and also from just not from a local perspective, but also from what is going to be the future and one of the bulwark and one of the strongholds for organic production in the region. Couple of the questions I do have for the minister. Now, one of the things that we've seen is around the new strategy for trade for all. And I want to draw also the House's attention to the standing orders review that was conducted last year around the review of the international treaty process, and particularly when it comes to the idea of public consultations, because understandably, when we're looking at international treaties and agreement, it is one of the areas that the government and the executives have absolute control over, and it's not up for public consultation during the select committee process much later until the agreement is signed. So, considering the announcement that the minister has made, my first question to the minister is what public consultations has actually taken place? Because based on the timeline that is available, there's a lot of conversations between the two parties involved, but I'm not seeing a lot of consultations with the general public. And particularly in this case, understanding, again, thanking the minister for having sort of Māori, particularly requirements around Te Tiriti o Waitangi, but in this particular case, what hapu or iwi has been explicitly involved in part of the decision-making process, and have they been actively heard? So that's my first question. And my second question to the minister is, looking at the trade, it's incredibly important and it's going to be incredibly beneficial, but as we see with all trade agreements, there are also certain checks and balances that need to be in place and certain measures for accountability that's in place. And that is something that I have not been able to find at present, and hopefully the broader, the release of the full SEPA will be enlightening around this. But I want to ask the minister, in terms of the agreement itself and measures for accountability, what accountabilities is there in terms of Aotearoa as well as UAE's obligation under the Paris Agreement, particularly not just in terms of sustainable energy, but also climate mitigation and climate adaptation, in terms of internationally, which I know that UAE, for example, has done a lot of work in the Pacific region. However, specifically internally and domestically, when it comes to some of those measures for accountability, both for Aotearoa as well as for UAE. And the second part is in terms of some of the other elements of measures for accountability around things such as involvement in workers' rights, particularly when it comes to elements of modern slavery, which I know that Aotearoa is very interested in, but as well as other elements in terms of contributions to war, which I'm sure that the minister will agree is currently a very hot topic in the general region of the Middle East as well as the Arab Gulf. So in this particular case, what are some of the measures for those kind of involvement and checks and balances within that particular agreement? So if the minister wouldn't mind answering, that would be great. And lastly, I would like to also extend a warm welcome, assalamu alaikum, to Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Sayudi from UAE.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I thank my two colleagues for their thoughts and their best wishes and gratitude to our visitor. It shows Parliament can be at its best on behalf of New Zealanders when we focus on the things that are important. To David Parker, the reason that ISDS is not in this is actually the interests of New Zealanders when they invest overseas can be met government to government in agreements like that. Very similarly to previous agreements passed through the House, it's the same response, I think, to my colleague from the Green Party. In as far as the public's involvement in the negotiation of trade agreements is concerned, as with previous governments, we have to balance out understanding the views of the public and getting the very best deal for them. And sometimes it's not advantageous to either side to be negotiating in public, but we go out before we start an agreement and we seek the views of industry groups, of unions, of iwi, and many others, as well as members of the public where we can, as to what are the important issues to put in an agreement, and then we follow through with that. During a negotiation, where it is necessary to go back to the various groups, more often the business community, but not only the business community, negotiators and the ministry are able to do so. And then finally, upon agreement, we talk directly to a range of stakeholders, including iwi groups, some directly who have interest in trade and the trade themselves, but the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the time of the last government has set up a number of iwi representative groups that we engage with often, seek their views and value their views, which inform this outcome. And as far as standing orders are concerned, a trade agreement is not able to, nor should it, have an effect upon those. However, from the point of view of ensuring that all New Zealanders have the opportunity to understand that trade delivers benefits to every single person in New Zealand, we will be as open as we can in providing information and having them have a view to comment. And indeed, when the legislation to enact comes through Parliament, you should expect not only a full committee opportunity hearing for people, but at the same time we have at occasions where we've reached agreement that we can have a debate in Parliament about that rather than it just going through quietly. The member also mentioned a number of other areas around climate change and so on. The texts are very similar to other agreements. No agreement is ever the same because it's a negotiation. But to give you an example, the United Arab Emirates and New Zealand both have significant interest, and the government's focused on renewable energy. Indeed, the United Arab Emirates spends a lot of money in the UAE and around the world to work with others to develop new types of sustainable energy that can meet the requirements as well as climate change. The spirit of that remains in this agreement. And although I won't go to all of the different parts about the checks and balances, the member mentioned labour. The labour outcomes in the agreement, the Trade and Sustainable Development chapter, recognises the importance of the International Labour Organisation Constitution and ILO Declaration on Fundamental Principles in Rights of Workers. That's been in previous agreements. It has followed through to this one.
I call on Pamjit Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of ACT, I would like to join the Minister in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi, the United Arab Emirates Minister of State for Foreign Trade, and his delegation. Mr. Speaker, ACT would like to thank the officials of both countries, New Zealand and the United Arab Emirates, who have worked to get this excellent agreement completed. It's especially great that the deal has been announced while His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi and his delegation is still here. The speed with which this deal was achieved, combined with the extent to which trade barriers have been removed, sets an impressive benchmark for future deals. Mr. Speaker, free trade is a win-win. Kiwi dairy farmers, meat producers, and manufacturers will be able to sell more products at competitive prices to the people of the UAE, who will in turn benefit from greater choice and competition. In return, New Zealanders will be able to access products from UAE businesses with fewer tariffs and barriers. And this is important as we work to address the cost of living. Mr. Speaker, it's also great to see that other than the tariff elimination, the agreement includes commitments for equal access to services, government procurement, and investment too. ACT is strongly pro-trade. We believe that the free exchange of goods between different countries is key to lifting human prosperity. Trade also fosters diplomacy, peace, and friendship between different peoples. Mr. Speaker, as a nation, New Zealand ought to promote the value of trade unapologetically, especially as we advance negotiations with our next major trade deal with India. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Lawrence, you know, your time was well and truly used up.
Oh, I thought I had 10 seconds left.
How many seconds?
10.
No, it's 1.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Members, I received a letter from Tiano Tuiono seeking to debate New Zealand's response to events in Lebanon. Every application for an urgent debate must be authenticated, and if not, they will be declined. The application was not accompanied by any authenticate any supporting material and is therefore declined. I've also received a letter from Dr. Tracy McClellan seeking to debate Understanding Order 399, the government's announcement about the plans for the building of the new Dunedin Hospital. This is a particular case of recent occurrence for which there is ministerial responsibility. Ministers have announced that options for revising the scope or development of the previous announced hospital are being considered. This is a matter that warrants setting aside the usual business of the House today. After oral questions, I'll call on Dr. Tracy McClellan to move that the House take note of a matter of urgent public importance. We come now to oral questions. First, the name of CHLÖE SWARBRICK.
To the Prime Minister, e tautoko ana I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna Kāwanatanga.
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
On behalf of the Prime Minister, yes, and in particular, the successful conclusion of the negotiations for the New Zealand United Arab Emirates Closer Economic Partnership Agreement, which is great news for our exporters and our economy. And I would wish to congratulate the Minister of Trade for the record 4-month gap between negotiations commencing and this conclusion being drawn.
What actions has his government taken to comply with the recent United Nations General Assembly resolution, which Aotearoa, New Zealand, supported on the international stage, which calls on all states to, among other things, implement sanctions against people carrying out Israel's unlawful presence in Palestine?
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government has consistently supported peace in the region. We've had a clear and sensible position in which we have been calling for ceasefire for months. We've called for Hamas to release the hostages. We've called for Israel to meet its obligations under international law and to facilitate safe and unimpeded humanitarian access for aid delivery. And as the member says, we've voted in support of the UN resolution to broaden Palestine's participation in the UN General Assembly. Mr. Speaker, our actions on this matter have been ongoing.
When will the government sanction Israel in accordance with the United Nations General Assembly resolution, which the Prime Minister just acknowledged, which Aotearoa, New Zealand, supported on the international stage?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am not sure that is exactly, that the resolution did call for New Zealand specifically to take any specific actions of the sort, the nature that the member describes.
Has the government requested any advice on sanctioning Israel for its unlawful presence in Palestine or upholding any of the other recommendations as agreed to in that United Nations General Assembly resolution?
Well, Mr. Speaker, ministers take continuous advice on matters of foreign affairs and are in constant engagement on matters of foreign affairs.
Are we then left with the understanding that this government is doing or has done absolutely nothing to fulfil that UN resolution that we supported internationally?
No. As I said, Mr. Speaker, New Zealand has consistently supported peace in the region, been calling for a ceasefire for months, and have been calling for Hamas to release hostages, for Israel to meet its obligations under international law, to facilitate safe and unimpeded humanitarian access for aid delivery. Our position has been consistent over a number of months.
Does the government condemn the violent aggression and escalation that Israel is undertaking, resulting in civilian casualties in Lebanon? And if so, what, if anything, is it doing about it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have long called for a ceasefire in the region. We're urging all sides to show restraint and take steps towards de-escalation. We've issued 3 statements since September last year with Australia and Canada, highlighting that a regional war would have disastrous consequences for the region and especially for civilians across the region. We're now also urging New Zealanders to leave Lebanon and northern Israel while commercial options remain available.
Question number 2, the Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister, does he stand by all his government's statements and actions?
Yes.
Supplementary. Does he stand by his statement yesterday in reference to Mark Mitchell losing his responsibility for firearms? Quote, I have tremendous faith in Mark Mitchell. I think he's an outstanding Minister of Police and he's doing an absolutely brilliant job, end quote. And why didn't he express that same faith in Nicole McKee?
On behalf of the Prime Minister, in answer to the first part of the question, yes, Mark Mitchell is an outstanding individual and minister. The characterisation that he was stripped of anything that was inferred in the question yesterday was wrong, and I have confidence in all of my ministers, including Nicole McKee.
Supplementary. Who does he agree with? Winston Peters, who said, quote, "The Minister of Foreign Affairs does not consult with coalition partners on the literally hundreds of UN General Assembly resolutions that are considered each year," end quote. Or David Seymour, who wants to be consulted on all UN resolutions and said, quote, "We expect a more open dialogue in the future," end quote.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and David Seymour would agree with me that when it comes to major changes in New Zealand's foreign policy, then there will be a cabinet discussion of those. The nature of UN resolutions is that they are very frequent. That will not occur in all cases.
Supplementary. Who is correct? David Seymour, who speculated that private enterprise should either contract or just take over completely the Inter-Islander ferry, or Winston Peters, who when asked if he would prefer rail-enabled state-owned ferries replied, quote, "Of course I would," end quote.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member that both Winston Peters and David Seymour share the government's interest in ensuring that there are safe, reliable ferry services over the Cook Strait into the future. That is the discussion that the Cabinet is having, and we will ensure that we make an announcement shortly.
Supplementary. Who is correct? Christopher Luxon, who said, quote, "We've ended up creating a whole new series of addictions to nicotine that I think we'll regret very strongly," end quote. David Seymour, who said, quote, "The government is the biggest nicotine addict," end quote. Or Casey Costello, who said the government is, quote, "not necessarily anti-nicotine," end quote.
Well, Mr. Speaker, common to all of those statements is a view that we want fewer people smoking in this country. And if that member wants to do a series of questions playing spot the difference between the quotes, then should we start a game of spot the difference between the tax policies? Because boy oh boy, I've lost count with how many different views there are from the members opposite.
What does Philip Morris say?
Just wait. Just when questions are about to be heard, stop the discussions.
Supplementary. Who is correct? Nicola Gregg, who on Suffrage Day said, quote, "We must make sure we continue to progress this legacy to continue the fight for gender equality and improving the lives of women in New Zealand," end quote. Or the Honourable Nicola Willis, who disestablished the Pay Equities Task Force.
Well, Mr. Speaker, both of those women are correct, and both of those women are members of a cabinet that will be doing more for women than the last government, which saw the cost of living increase for women, saw that their ability to have choices and opportunities in their futures was reduced by poor economic management, and oversaw a situation in which, despite spending billions and billions of dollars more, did not see an improvement in the services which women and men received.
Supplementary question.
Make the point that drowning out an answer really does make me think, what was the point in allowing the question? The Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
Supplementary question. Who is to blame for the coalition of chaos? The current Deputy Prime Minister, who acts as a handbrake, the man who is replacing him in 6 months?
Tell you what, start again. There's been lots and lots of concern from the opposition about various descriptions being put on other political parties, including your own. I'd suggest the member starts the question without the particular description at the preface of it.
Who is to blame for the coalition's differing of opinions and the chaos that has ensued? The current Deputy Prime Minister, the man who will replace the Deputy Prime Minister in 6 months' time, the Finance Minister who is stalled at the lights, or the Prime Minister who is clearly still driving with his L plates on?
Well, Mr. Speaker, those who like to spend a lot of time on Treasure Island probably shouldn't be talking about L plates.
Just when we're ready. I beg your pardon? Question 3. Sam Uffindell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Da jia xiao hao, kuai le de zhong wen zhou. My question is to the Minister of Finance. What are the elements of New Zealand's public finance system?
Mr. Speaker, there are a number of elements. First, there is legislation, in particular the Public Finance Act. Second, there are conventions that have been accepted and used by successive governments. New Zealand's fiscal management approach, for example, is a non-legislative framework that includes public finance concepts such as fixed nominal baselines, contingencies and allowances. Finally, governments make their own decisions about how to structure and present their finances, and typically those decisions are outlined in budget documents such as the Fiscal Strategy Report or Budget Policy Statement.
Supplementary. Is she intending to propose changes to the Public Finance Act?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I've said previously that I will enact a Public Finance Amendment Bill in this parliamentary term. This bill will have a particular focus on fiscal risks, but also include other changes to strengthen transparency and fiscal responsibility.
Supplementary. Has she already made changes to the public finance system?
Mr. Speaker, yes, many changes. For example, we got rid of hundreds of pages of verbiage from the budget documents this year, including knocking the previous government's branding exercises on the head. The previous government introduced a cluster system where some groups of agencies were collectively funded for a 3-year period. We have ended that because it did not work. We discontinued the previous government's Climate Emergency Response Fund. Many of the spending decisions made under the banner of climate purposes did not represent good value for money from an emissions reduction or a taxpayer value perspective. And we are sticking much more closely to the operating allowance concept and the fiscal management approach by actually intending to keep to future allowances, a novel idea to those on the other side of the House.
Supplementary. Is the government reviewing any other aspects of the public finance system?
Mr. Speaker, yes we are, including the structure and use of capital allowances. In 2019, the previous government introduced the Multi-Year Capital Allowance, or MYCA, to reflect new capital funding available over multiple budgets. This was rather grandiosely trumpeted at the time as the wellbeing approach in action. In practice, however, the previous government simply made large annual increases to the MYCA and immediately allocated those increases. This almost entirely defeated the purpose of a longer-term capital allowance. I said in the Fiscal Strategy Report in May that the Treasury will be reviewing the capital allowance framework, including the MYCA, and I'm expecting to receive that advice before the end of the year.
Point of order, the Honourable Kira McAnulty.
Mr. Speaker, there's no way that the answer to that question could be deemed to be a reflection of advice that the Minister has seen or information that would be objective. That was her interpretation and a political bent on the situation. And I don't think that's appropriate, particularly for a patsy question from her own side.
Well, look, I will take another look at that, obviously, but I was listening very carefully at the primary question is what are the elements of New Zealand's public finance system? There were 2 supplementaries following that, before the 3rd supplementary that you were concerned about. I will take a look at it and see where we're at, because it is a fact that the government should not be asking itself supplementary questions designed to attack the opposition. They can refer to previous government programs and to the effect that it has on current policy. That's long been the case. But I did mention this to the House a short time ago. Clearly some advisors have not read that. Question 4, Mark Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Agriculture, I beg your pardon. What recent reports has he seen about the welfare of farm animals in Southland?
The Honourable Andrew Hogarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have seen news reports and heard from farmers down there that it has been an extraordinarily challenging winter and now spring for animals and farmers alike due to high rainfall and late snows. This has led to higher than normal losses, and there have been issues brought to the attention of MPI animal welfare inspectors. In a recent example where photos of dead sheep were publicised, inspectors found that the farmer had shifted animals to drier paddocks in the aftermath of unexpected weather event and placed those sheep there where they were later filmed. The plan for the farmer was to go back later and pick them up, after checking on the welfare of all the other animals on the farm. I am advised that MPI inspectors were satisfied that the farmer had taken appropriate steps to safeguard the welfare of their animals.
Supplementary. What feedback has he received from farmers on how they are coping with the situation?
From talking to a number of Southland farmers, I know that they are feeling the pressure right now. I personally have farmed through droughts, floods, snowfalls, windstorms, but the worst mentally has always been the couple of occasions where it has just rained non-stop for months on end. Exactly. Relentless rainfall throws up so many challenges for farmers who are always focused on doing their best for their stock. This government cares about animals and farmers, and I know that trying to come up with solutions in these conditions is one of the hardest parts of farming. And yet each day they get up, they put the wet weather gear back on and work out a plan to get through to tomorrow and look after the cows and sheep.
Supplementary. What can farmers do to look after the welfare of their animals and themselves in such challenging conditions?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's an old adage, a problem shared is a problem halved, and this is so true. There are a number of organisations that can offer an ear to listen, but also just leaning over the gate and talking to your neighbour about how they are going. They may have a good idea to share in terms of how they are looking after their animals, or it can just be a morale boost to realise that you aren't the only one struggling. Everyone is in the same boat, and actually you're doing pretty well. Feeling a bit better about yourself will help with better decision making and the motivation to get back into it.
Supplementary. Are conditions in Southland expected to improve?
Well, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the weather forecast for today is rain, hail and snow down to 300 metres for Gore. We can only hope that farmers down there will see a few weeks of respite coming up soon. In terms of what the government can do, I'm afraid we can't legislate for bringing on summer any quicker or guarantee that it will be a mild one. I know in the past they've tried to bring daylight savings forward, it didn't really work. MPI's on-farm support team can work with farmers to provide them with good information and make connections to other organisations who can help. The vast majority of farmers are giving it their all at the moment to look after their livestock. For the few that may not be, MPI's compliance team are also responding to calls, working with farmers, undertaking proactive action, and where warranted will initiate prosecutions.
Yes, it was. Question 5, the Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Shishi, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by her statement, quote, "On this side of the House we take economic management extremely seriously," unquote? If so, do her decisions to date reflect this?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I take all decisions seriously.
Supplementary. Isn't it the case that outside of the 2020 COVID year, the last time there was an Obergeld deficit of at least 3.1%, which is forecast for 2025, was in 2012?
Mr. Speaker, it is correct that New Zealand currently faces a structural deficit of significant proportions. Our government inherited a situation where the last government had charged up the credit card to the max unsustainably, and we are now in the position of course correcting, and we have set a very clear plan that it will allow the books to return to an Obergeld surplus in 2027-2028. If we had stuck to the spending plans of the last government, that date would have been pushed out until 2031, an unacceptable outcome.
Supplementary. Isn't it the case that the last time that unemployment was greater than 5.4%, which is now predicted for June 2025, was in September 2015?
Mr. Speaker, as has been well canvassed in this House, New Zealand finds itself in extremely challenging economic circumstances. We have had 3 years of a cost of living crisis in which inflation was allowed to be maintained outside of the band. Not only did that increase costs for New Zealanders, what we saw was interest rates then had to rise extremely high and quickly in response. That has strangled the economy. Now, members opposite had a choice when those interest rates were rising at that rate. They could have sat down and said, we better get disciplined about our spending. Members opposite chose not to and have worsened the economic situation that New Zealand now finds itself in, and we are cleaning it up.
We'll
Supplementary.
We'll keep everything fairly succinct.
Isn't it the case that the additional interest cost of the $12 billion of additional borrowing in budget 2024 will be $4.3 billion?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased that the member is getting her head around the impacts of high debt, because that is the same member who went on Radio New Zealand and said that she thought New Zealand government should be borrowing more. So get your position aligned and stick with us, which is that we want to get back into surplus quicker so we can reduce debt.
A point of order, Kira McAnulty.
As theatrical as that, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As theatrical as that was, it actually didn't address the question. It was a pretty straightforward question. And, excuse me, in silence, points of orders. I know you're rattled, but give us a chance. Mr. Speaker, it was a very...
No, just wait. Points of order are heard in silence. And responses like that are not acceptable. Honourable Kira McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The response didn't actually address what was a very straightforward question. And it was straight into a political statement aimed at the member who asked the question. Now, I get it, totally. The whole House understands. If it is a loaded question, fair game. And if it is a broad question, then you lead with your chin, you're probably going to get hit. But in that instance, it was a very straightforward question.
Yeah, but it did refer to, I think, 2015, in that particular case, which does take it back into the time of the previous government and would invite a suspected response along the lines that it got. But I'll tell you what, we'll just ask the question again.
Isn't it the case that the additional interest cost of the $12 billion of additional borrowing in budget 2024 will be $4.3 billion?
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, it is true that the interest costs that incur when New Zealand is living beyond its means are significant. This is of concern to the government, and that is why we are taking such efforts to restrain spending and get it back under control after several years in which spending rose dramatically as a proportion of GDP and was unfunded, leading to New Zealand to borrow for the groceries, leaving us with massive interest bills for our government debt.
Supplementary.
Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
How can she reconcile shifting $30 million that was for te reo Māori education to fund maths when she could have just given the $216 million tobacco tax break to cover both and more?
Well, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we wish to see the revitalisation of te reo Māori. I understand from the Minister of Education that the program to which the member refers was not able to provide conclusive evidence of an increase in the achievement in te reo Māori by children in New Zealand classrooms, and we are going to continue to ensure that te reo Māori instruction is available to educators, including through the many free programs offered through tertiary providers.
Supplementary. When will she take responsibility for the cancellation of a major piece of infrastructure without advice on an alternative, including any sort...
Hang on. You're going to start your question again. When the question's being asked, please try and hold those interesting comments that you're offering to the House to yourself. Barbara Evans.
Supplementary. When will she take responsibility for the cancellation of a major piece of infrastructure without advice on an alternative, including any sort of cost-benefit analysis, which is the very opposite of careful economic management?
Mr. Speaker, I have and will take responsibility for the fact that when this government assumed office, we were handed a basket case, otherwise known as Project IREX, whose costs had blown out over a number of months, faced with a decision early in our government whether or not we should add more funding to that fire, and given a very challenging deadline within which to do that, we took the advice of our officials who said, this dog don't hunt.
Question number 6, Mike Buttrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education and asks...
Good, just hold on a minute. Okay, you're right now.
My question is to the Minister of Education and asks what recent announcements has she made about supporting the teaching of maths?
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr Speaker, this government will be delivering high-quality, curriculum-aligned maths resources and supports for teachers and students delivered from Term 1 next year. $30 million will fund student workbooks, teacher guides and lesson plans in our primary and intermediate schools, and they'll be available in English and Te Reo Māori. More than 500,000 Year 0 to 8 students and their teachers will benefit. This is alongside a knowledge-rich curriculum, $20 million in professional learning and development to support our teachers, reduce workload and lift student achievement in mathematics.
Supplementary. What prompted her to deliver these supports to schools?
Mr Speaker, just 22% of our Year 8 students are at the expected standard for maths, and around half of our students are not able to pass a foundational NCEA co-requisite assessment in numeracy. I was also concerned by the fact that there is a lack of high-quality curriculum-aligned maths resources available in Te Reo Māori. Today's announcement sees the equitable access of instructional maths resources for teachers and tamariki in Te Reo Māori. These high-quality resources will support teachers to implement the new curriculum and to help kids practice and master the knowledge and the skills they need to excel in maths.
Supplementary. What will this mean for teachers?
Well, Mr Speaker, this will reduce the workload for teachers by providing them with both curriculum-aligned resources so they don't always have to create their own, teacher guides to support introducing the new curriculum content, and it will mean that every single teacher will have access to these resources for themselves and their students in Te Reo Māori and English, rather than just the schools that can afford them, so that we can raise achievement and close the equity gap for all children in mathematics across New Zealand.
Supplementary. What's next for schools?
Mr Speaker, approved suppliers will be published on the Ministry of Education's website no later than the 18th of October for schools to choose which resources and supports they may like to order. Schools may wish to choose different resources for upper primary compared to lower primary depending on their needs. Orders placed by the 4th of November will see schools receiving their new resources in time for Term 1. I'm delighted to be funding this for all students and all schools who want access to this wonderful maths support.
Supplementary, Honourable Willoughby Prime.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Why did she take $30 million from support for teachers to learn Te Reo Māori, an official language of New Zealand, rather than from David Seymour's pet education project?
Mr Speaker, we made sure that we have kept available Te Reo Māori for our bilingual and kura kaupapa kaiako. But it was really important that the $100 million that we've spent over the last 3 years was 2.3 times more expensive than other similar courses offered free of charge. There was anywhere between a 50 and 60% completion rate. It was not NZQA accredited. There was no qualifications gained. There was no evidence of improved student outcomes. Mr Speaker, we can contract much better than this because we are committed to the revitalisation of Te Reo Māori.
Question number 7. Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Tēnā koe e te pika, tēnā tātou katoa e te whare. My question is to the Minister for Māori Development. Does he stand by all his government's statements and actions?
The Honourable Tama Potaka.
Ni hao and kia ora ana. Yes, I particularly stand by the actions we've taken to reduce the number of households in emergency housing. Earlier this week, I announced that the number of households in emergency housing has dropped by nearly 60% between December 2023 and August this year. Many of the households who have left emergency housing are Māori, as many of the 1,311 tamariki who have left emergency housing as a result of Priority 1 decision-making made by this government.
Supplementary. As the Minister of Māori Development, who is proud to be Māori, how can he justify being part of a government that is disestablishing te ako haiora, cutting 300 million of targeted Māori funding, repealing Section 7AA of the Oranga Tamariki Act, the confiscation of our coastlines, rejecting the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, defunding Section 27 reports, restoring 3 strikes, just about there, removing Te Mana o Te Wai, and setting in motion a wave of anti-Māori sentiment by giving life to the Treaty Principles Bill.
It's not appropriate to use a question to question the integrity of a minister or any member in this House. You can ask a question about actions they're taking inside the ministry, which I appreciate is the thrust of your question, but the start of it was not an order. The Honourable Tamapotaka. Paul Goldsmith, the point of order.
In addition to the point you made, I mean, I thought there was a very standard rule that questions could not include assertions, and that question was full of assertions that we would contest entirely.
Yes, it's a difficult word, assertion. If we used it in application for both questions and answers, the House would be practically mute. The Honourable Tamapotaka.
It's a māngai te whare. I'm very proud to be part of a cabinet that has more Māori members than any other cabinet in New Zealand's history. What I'd also acknowledge is the progress that Minister Metakota, Minister Goldsmith, is making on various treaty settlements such as Te Kōrero Wainui and Taranaki Maunga. Also, the funding for Matatini that Minister Willis, the Manu Pūtea, has supported over the next 3 years. Also, the progress that the Ōrākau bill has made by Minister Pōtaka, and also getting hundreds of tamariki Māori out of emergency housing. I've got to say some of these questions are like a hangi on repeat reheat.
And that wasn't an appropriate comment either.
Do all of these cuts and repeals constitute Māori development or Māori regression?
It's a māngai o te whare. I'm very proud of the progress being made by this government to get the country back on track around the economy, law and order, education, housing, small, medium enterprises, emergency housing, and a whole range of other portfolios.
Supplementary.
Just wait for the conversation to end over here.
How can he justify the government's decision to cut 30 million from Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori, a program that develops Te Reo Māori among our kaiako, immediately after Te Wiki o Te Reo Māori?
It's a māngai o te whare. I can reflect on some of the comments that have been made by both Minister Willis and Minister Stanford in relation to this matter, and acknowledge also that there are various free courses offered through universities, wānanga like Te Wānanga o Aotearoa, and various other methods through our community. Those avenues and pathways are open for the teachers to school themselves up on Te Reo Māori and celebrate our language as a forever language, ake, ake, ake.
Supplementary. Does he agree that the actions of this government, of his government, constitute ethnocide? The deliberate and systematic, just taiwa, tatari, systematic destruction of the culture of an ethnic group.
Questions will be heard in silence, but questions that make an allegation or even ask a question like that, it's outside the bounds of what would be reasonable inside the House. There are other ways of asking a question, and I'd invite the member to perhaps have a quick think about that and ask a supplementary that might get the same answer, but with a different front end to it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does he agree that the actions of this government constitute deculturation, the deliberate and systematic destruction of culture, Māori culture?
No, look, I'm sorry, that's not an order either. If you have a look, who asked that? No, it's not a point of order from you. I'm dealing with one, dealing with a ruling at the moment. And if the member looks at the standing orders around the asking of what can be asked in the question, you cannot put into a question an assertion of that nature. So, do you want one more go?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, the Honourable David Parker.
Point of order. My point of order, sir, is that the member wasn't making an assertion. She was asking whether the minister agreed that that was a proper summary of the effect of government policies, and that is a proper question. The government doesn't have to agree with it, but it is a proper question to be able to be asked in this House.
Order. Speaking to the point of order, the Honourable Simeon Brown.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, I think there's a particular the word ethnocide has significant meaning, and I think there's offence taken from the side of the House, and would ask her not just to not use it, but to withdraw and apologise. We've
actually dealt with that. We've moved on from it.
relation to the fact that she used that
Yes, I know
word
that.
in a prior question, and
Yes, I'm well,
you've addressed
I'm
the
well
use
aware
of it,
that,
but not in
and
relation
I've spoken to her about it, and we've dealt with it. The Honourable Shane Jones.
My point of order, sir, is slightly different. Standing Order 390 shows that you are quite right.
Well, there you go. That's sort of read there today. I'll clock that one up. Ricardo Mendes-March.
Yeah, Standing Orders 390 talk about statements of facts and arguments, inferences and imputations, but as David Parker mentioned, actually what the member was simply doing is asking a question, and whether it's inflammatory or otherwise, it was not an assertion, it was a question, so I don't actually think that Standing Orders 390 applies here.
That's right, but it's me who judges that, and I would say that imputation is another aspect of that question. I'm inviting the member to ask her question in a different way, and I'm sure she can do that.
Does he agree that the actions of this government constitute harm and poverty and such things that impact on Māori katoa o te motu?
Te mau atu whare. This government acknowledges the severe inequalities of opportunity that confront Māori communities and cohorts within Māori communities, both in the social space and the economic space. Hence, we're absolutely focused, ruthlessly focused, in fact, on a variety of targets, such as improving Māori school attendance and Māori achievement in education, making sure that we reduce the number of Māori living in emergency households, and a number of other initiatives. And my focus, as is with a number of my colleagues, is to ensure that the Māori economic development, Māori social development is supported and improved, so we can all say, actually, there is an equality of opportunity here in Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Question 7, Jenny Anderson. Honourable Jenny Anderson.
Tēnā koe e te manga te whare. My question is to the Minister of Police. Does he stand by his commitment that if Associate Minister of Justice Nicole McKee brings an option to Cabinet that proposes to scrap the firearms registry, then he will block it? If not, why not?
The Honourable Mark
Speaker.
Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I stand by the commitment made in the coalition agreement with ACT to review whether the firearms registry is effectively improving public safety. And I stand by my role as Minister of Police to advocate for police around the Cabinet table. No such paper has been brought to Cabinet, therefore such a question would be hypothetical.
Does he agree with Nicole McKee regarding his commitment to block a Cabinet option that would scrap the registry? Quote, "No minister can make that decision by themselves, either myself or Mark Mitchell, and we are part of a coalition government. If not, why not?"
Yes, I completely support and agree with her statement, and I'd go further as to say that she's someone that we're both working very closely together with a focus on public safety. And she is a firearms safety expert, and she is bringing all that knowledge to bear in terms of making sure that actually we make our country safer. Because in the last 5 or 6 years, we've gone backwards severely in terms of public safety, especially in relation to illegal firearms.
Is TV3 correct that ACT has, quote, spoken to him behind the scenes and told him...
Sorry. Just ask a question again.
Is TV3 correct that ACT has spoken to him behind the scenes and told him to stop speaking publicly about the firearms registry before the review is complete?
Well, you'd have to ask TV3, but I'm pretty sure I'm talking publicly now about the registry, and I just want to reinforce to that member, because although they tried very hard on the other side, we are working together, we have a coalition agreement, we are reviewing whether the firearms registry is effectively improving public safety, and that is an important thing to do.
Does he consider it's fair that he's been told off for publicly speaking about the firearms registry before the review is complete, when Nicole McKee has already stated, quote, "I think that full A category licensing regime is not going to be effective. It's going to be too costly and it's going to make people fearful of their own safety"?
Well, I'll just say to the member again, it's a bit like being in the schoolyard, isn't it? People being told off. I don't think anyone's being told off. I think that this coalition government has got a commitment to review the firearms registry to make sure that it is effective in delivering public safety, and I think that's really important. And I just reassure the member that I'm working very closely with my colleague Nicole McKee to make sure that we deliver that.
Does he consider that excluding A-category firearms from the registry would weaken it, given that these rifles and shotguns currently account for 70% of all firearms seized by police from offenders?
I think the member is grasping at straws, and the review, there have been no papers taken to Cabinet at all for any decisions. The member is trying to fearmonger. She doesn't, in my view, have a very good relationship with facts, whereas my colleague, Minister Nicole McKee, deals with facts. The work that we're doing is focused on making sure that we reverse what's happened to our country in the last 5 or 6 years, and we get on a much better pathway in terms of public safety and firearms safety.
What did he mean when he stated on News Talk ZB, quote, "I can assure you, as the police minister, the gun registry is going nowhere"?
Well, I can tell the minister, I can tell the member that it is my job to advocate and advance the position of the police, and I can tell you now that the police are fully engaged in making sure that we support the review, so that we actually, Cabinet can be informed in terms of what we need to do to improve public safety, and that is what we are committed to.
Question number 9, Miles Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Justice. What actions is the government taking to reduce the number of victims of crime?
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The government's taking many actions to reduce the number of victims of crime and put victims, not offenders, at the heart of the justice system. Last night, the Sentencing Reform Amendment Bill passed its first reading, which will put more serious offenders in prison for longer to prevent them from creating new victims. And if time is spent in prison on remand, we will ensure that offenders have access to rehabilitation to prevent ongoing recidivism.
Supplementary.
Plenty of money for it.
What specifically will the Sentencing Reform Amendment Bill do to reduce the number of victims of crime?
Well, we've seen too many examples of people convicted of serious violent crime and sexual crimes having their sentences discounted significantly. The government will cap those discounts at 40%. We're also giving great prominence to victims' interests at sentencing, introducing a number of new aggravating factors, including a new aggravating factor for offences against public transport workers. Our bus drivers and train drivers shouldn't have to suffer from mindless attacks as they do their job.
Supplementary. What actions is the government taking to reduce the number of victims of cybercrime?
Well, this week the government has introduced the Budapest Convention and Related Matters Legislation Amendment Bill. 11% of New Zealanders were victims of fraud and cybercrime in 2023, and this piece of legislation will align New Zealand with other international jurisdictions to make it easier for them to cooperate on criminal investigations. We'll play our part in global efforts to frustrate and defeat the efforts of those who deceive and prey on vulnerable New Zealanders.
Supplementary. What commentary, if any, has he seen on restoring law and order to create fewer victims?
Well, last week I heard the comment, quote, "Everybody wants a safe community. We should be tough on violent criminals. People who are violent criminals should be sentenced properly." And I agree with Dr. Duncan Webb, and I'm glad that he now realises that things needed to change. This government is taking steps to restore real consequences for crime and has set targets to reduce the number of victims of serious crime, and we're working at pace to achieve that.
Question number 10, the Honourable Julianne Genter.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Transport. Would the Land Transport Rule, setting of speed limits 2024, require councils to raise speed limits even where it may increase the risk of severe injury and death?
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
Mr Speaker, the Land Transport Setting of Speed Limits Rule is still under consideration and has not been finalised or signed. Section 164(2)(c) of the Land Transport Act 1998 requires the Minister to have regard to the level of risk existing to land transport safety in New Zealand when finalising the government's new speed limit rule. There are a range of factors that impact road safety. Our government is focused on targeting the highest contributors to fatal crashes, including alcohol and drugs. We've set clear targets for police to ensure they focus on the most high-risk times, behaviours and locations. The interim regulatory impact analysis, which says that the quote, "The level of impact is difficult to quantify due to uncertainty about which roads would have speed limits increased and what impact those speed limit increases would have on operating speeds," end quote. I assure the member that I will take safety into account as part of the process of finalising and signing the new rule.
Will he reconsider his commitment to blanket speed limit increases now that he knows that the 6 countries he is referred to as having the lowest road deaths, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, the UK, Japan, Denmark, allow and actively encourage councils to extensively use safer speeds like permanent 30-kilometre-an-hour speed limits in residential areas and 70 or 80 kilometres an hour on undivided, windy rural highways?
Oh, well, Mr. Speaker, it's a very interesting question because, of course, the member wrote to me, I think, yesterday about this issue, and there was an attachment to her letter which says that in Norway, the standard speed limit in urban areas is 50 kilometres per hour. In Sweden, ditto. 50 kilometres is standard. Denmark, ditto. 50 kilometres is standard. So the member is trying to make a point, but the information she's provided to me in my office actually, I think, backs up what has been the proposed rule.
So is the Minister denying that the European Transport Safety Council has provided evidence that there is extensive use of 30 kilometres an hour in many European cities, including cities in the countries he cited, in residential areas, and that the default speed limit on rural, windy, undivided highways is much lower than 100 kilometres an hour in those countries, and that has been a major part of them reducing road deaths, which is widely acknowledged around the world?
Good, just ask the question, don't add your little bit at the end.
Mr. Speaker, I'm relying on, well, in my previous answer that I just gave, the information she provided to my office, and I'm happy to table the information that she actually wrote to me about yesterday, which says in Norway the standard speed limit in urban areas is 50 kilometres per hour. In Sweden, ditto. In Denmark, ditto. So, I mean, the point is this government is focused on the highest risk times, locations and behaviours on our roads. Alcohols and drugs are the highest risk contributors to deaths on our roads. That's why we're ensuring the police have consistently doing over 3 million breath tests on our roads. That's why we're introducing oral roadside drug testing. We're taking road safety incredibly seriously.
Just
How many additional people being fatally or seriously injured does he believe is acceptable in order to save 14 to 20 seconds on an average 20-minute car journey?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government is incredibly focused on road safety, and in terms of the number of actions this government has underway to improve road safety, whether it's making sure we actually ensure there's enough alcohol breath tests happening on an annualised basis, because we know that alcohol and drugs are the highest contributors to deaths on our roads. And the reality is, in the last number of years, we have not had adequate number of breath tests on our roads, and we've had the road death toll continue to increase. This year, we've seen the road toll come down, and at the same time, we've seen the number of breath tests go up. We need to ensure we're focused on the highest risk times, locations and behaviours, rather than just blanket speed limits like the last government.
Point of order.
A point of order, the Honourable Julianne Genter.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister talked extensively about other things he believes will address the road toll, but he didn't really address how many he thought was acceptable to accept additional deaths and serious injuries for very small time savings.
You're talking about road safety, and so it's a bit hard to require the Minister to put a number on it and say this is the factor that we're considering, when he's just mentioned there are many other factors that are in consideration as well. Does the member have another supplementary?
Does the Minister believe that the Chief Trauma Surgeon, Dr. Christopher Wakeman, is wrong when he says, quote, if you hit a pedestrian at 30 kilometres an hour, there's a 90% chance they survive the crash. If you hit at 50 kilometres an hour, there's a 10% chance that they'll survive. And if not, why not?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there are, of course, a range of factors which go into causing deaths and serious injuries on our roads. But the reality is this government is not going to just simply slow every New Zealander down to crawl around our cities and towns around this country, which is what the last government wanted to do. And the reality is we are going to have a balanced approach to this issue, whereby we slow down, we have slower speed limits around schools during pick-up and drop-off times, but it doesn't make any sense to make a shift worker going to work at 4 o'clock in the morning to have to crawl around their suburb at 30 kilometres per hour.
Mr. Speaker, supplementary.
No, the Green Party's used up all its allocation for today.
All gone.
Question number 11, the Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister for Disability Issues, does she stand by her statement, quote, "That is why we are prioritising disabled people, their families and carers," unquote? If so, why?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Louise Upson.
Yes, that's why we've provided a record $1.1 billion funding boost to disability support services in this year's budget. It's also why we have taken immediate action to stabilise the disability support system after an independent review found the Ministry of Disabled People, Whaikaha, was ill-prepared to deliver these services when it was established in 2022. That review found the delivery of disability services was in a dire state, with unsustainable spending and a lack of fairness and transparency around what support disabled people can access. Our government is determined to build a fair, sustainable, high-quality disability support system that delivers better outcomes for disabled people based on their needs.
How is she supporting disabled people when parents in their 60s and 70s are writing to her to say their disabled adult children were on the waiting lists for residential homes, but now have been told the lists have been scrapped because of the government's funding freeze on residential care facilities?
Mr. Speaker, there is not a funding freeze on residential facilities. There is no admissions freeze on residential services. The NASCs are making decisions based on need, and there are still residential spaces available.
How is she prioritising families when Rachel, a nurse and mum of a severely disabled child who works the night shifts to be able to care for her son during the day, and has lost access to respite care because of her government's decisions?
Mr. Speaker, I know that it is incredibly challenging for families who are looking after disabled children. That is why it is absolutely critical that we've taken urgent action to stabilise the disability support service so that disabled people with the highest needs can continue to get fair and consistent access to the services they need.
Why is MSD suddenly no longer accepting telehealth autism diagnoses for adults, despite evidence that it is robust and for some, particularly in rural New Zealand, is the only option to access support?
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing here on behalf of, as the Minister of Disability Issues, and assessments around disability support services are done by the NASCs.
Is the Minister aware that the autism community is anxious that her government will change the eligibility criteria for people with autism spectrum disorder, no longer enabling them to access disability support services? And if so, can she confirm that she will not make that change?
Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat what I said before. This government has invested a boost of $1.1 billion extra funding into disability support services because we know there are challenges ahead. What we must ensure, though, is that the support is targeted to those with the highest needs. There will be further work recommended by the independent review panel in stabilising the system, that we must look at flexible funding, and the disability community will be engaged and consulted before any changes are made.
Who are New Zealanders meant to believe? A minister who says she's prioritising disabled people and families, or the hundreds of disabled people and families, some of whom I understand are in the gallery today, whose daily realities are very different and are urging her government to stop their cost-cutting exercise and actually support them to be able to live with dignity?
Mr. Speaker, they can believe and have confidence in a government that is investing an additional $1.1 billion in disability services, and not a member who completely disrespects their ability to understand $1.1 billion extra funding is not a cut. Unfortunately, we have a system that is broken. Our government is going to fix it to ensure those with the highest needs are able to access the services they require.
Question 12, Suze Redmayne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Corrections. How is the Department of Corrections delivering on his priorities?
The Honourable Mark Mitchell.
Mr. Speaker, my 4 priorities for the corrections portfolio are increasing staff safety, ensuring prison capacity, improving staffing levels, and reducing reoffending through effective rehabilitation. There is a significant investment in prison capacity, a strong recruitment pipeline, outstanding rehabilitation across the network, and I'm very proud of the work our corrections frontline does every day in relation to public safety.
What improvements are being made to prison capacity?
Since September 2023, Corrections has reopened approximately 1,300 previously closed beds across the network. By the end of March next year, Corrections will reopen another 460. There will be an additional 600 beds added to Waikeria, as well as the budget 2024 investment of over 810 more.
How has recent legislative change supported rehabilitation?
The Corrections Amendment Bill, which passed last night, delivers on our coalition commitments. For the first time, remand accused and convicted prisoners will receive access to rehabilitation programs. The coalition government has invested $78 million to support this great initiative.
How does a strong recruitment pipeline contribute to his priorities?
For the first time in a long time, Corrections are now recruiting above the level of attrition. This means that we are starting to make progress on staff shortages. Our Corrections officers are supported by a significant investment in Budget 24 to deliver more effective, regular and timely rehabilitation to prisoners, as well as ensure that the front line is well resourced and safer. I'm very proud of our Corrections front line, who aren't always visible, but do an outstanding job every day and have a key role to play in public safety.
That concludes oral questions. We'll take 30 seconds for the House to, for people to leave the House where they have something else to go, before I call on the member to move the debate. I call on Dr. Tracy McFarlane to move an item of urgent public business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so move that we debate the report of the New Dunedin Hospital.
Speak now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, your way.
Mr. Speaker, today the government released a report, an independent expert readiness review on New Dunedin Hospital. And today the government, via 2 of the ministers, the Minister of Health and the Minister of Infrastructure, held a press conference in concert with this report and in reference to this report, but in essence to make their own announcements and the fact that they were no longer committed to building Dunedin Hospital as had previously been the case. In fact, before the election, Dr. Shane Reti, then spokesperson for health in opposition, campaigned rigorously and explicitly on the fact that not only would the National Party reverse some minor changes that Labour was making to the new Dunedin Hospital, but it would be fully funded in budget, and that they would build Dunedin Hospital as always envisioned in the beginning. And today they poured cold water all over that. They have broken their promises not only to the people of Dunedin, the people of Otago, the rural communities of Otago, South Otago and Southland, throughout a huge and important regional part of this country, for no other reason than some basic cost saving. Mr. Speaker, broken promises is a phrase that can be bandied around, but when something as blatant as this, and something that considers the number one issue in Dunedin and the number one issue for people throughout the South, is just dismissed as a cost-saving exercise, then I think the word broken promises is nothing short of incredibly accurate. The government backtracking on this promise to fully fund and build the new Dunedin Hospital as originally promised not only breaks this promise, but it leads to other consequences, particularly when we think about the erosion of health services, particularly when we think about the flow-on effects of that for the people in not only the South, but for the people, all people of New Zealand. And the audacity, the absolute audacity those ministers had today to stand there at a press conference and pit other regions against the Dunedin region as a means by which to justify the fact that they are trying to save money. The audacity of saying, but if we build Dunedin Hospital, as has already been designed, as has already been clinically approved and clinically picked over to the 9th, 10th, as has been value managed and reviewed and reviewed and reviewed, as has had cut all fat out of the system already, if we build you this hospital that we're pretty sure we can't make any more compromises on, then the poor people of Nelson, the poor people of Taranaki, the poor people of Hawke's Bay, the poor people of Tauranga will miss out on their regional health facilities as well. And how dare they couch this callous announcement, this cynical cost-saving exercise, by blaming it on other people and blaming it on people that may have a visceral reaction to that as if it's their own fault. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I should say, we've talked about the health system erosions, but one of the things that the authors of this report, the New Dunedin Hospital Review, mentioned in their review, and I would like to acknowledge the authors. There were several reviewers, including the lead author, Robert Rust, who I know is an expert and has many years of huge contribution to health services across Australasia. And the report is interesting. It gives several recommendations across those various domains of governance, across the domains of scope and services, and across the domains of cost. And I must say I was quite surprised that when I came to the cost recommendations, whilst almost all of it is redacted, so it's hard for us to make definitive assumptions and have definitive knowledge about the position, but it wasn't that emphatic. There was lots of words, there was lots of sentences that used the words probably and possibly and things like that. So I think for the government to catastrophise on the basis of this report and break its promise to the people of Dunedin and Otago is disgraceful. In Southland. South Island, essentially. But that's the theme, isn't it? Now, we also knew that there would be opposition from officials. We know that Te Whatu Ora were essentially strong-armed in presenting some options for cuts previously to this project, and none of them were particularly pretty. New Zealand's Southern leadership team had said any scope reduction of any form is ill-advised and will increase ongoing operational costs, reduce clinical functionality, decrease the likelihood of us realising the patient flow and efficiency benefits of the new Dunedin Hospital, and lead to higher costs in the medium to long term for Te Whatu Ora. Because that's the thing when you're trying to chop some costs out of the capex, isn't it? Sometimes it's the operational expenses that suffer, not to mention all the other health inefficiencies that flow on. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I should say.
Thank you.
Thinking about these very specific recommendations, and the first thing that came to mind when I looked at the report, which is considered, and it has some really good advice in it, is how are the people of Dunedin going to react about this? And I say Dunedin in this instance because I know on Saturday there is a rally being organised. They have endured and suffered through months now of uncertainty about what this new government had planned for this development. They have heard bits and pieces of information. They have heard the Minister of Health in particular, and sometimes the Minister of Infrastructure, talk out of both sides of their mouth, quite frankly, about promising a hospital for Dunedin or promising, a service consideration for Dunedin without actually committing in the way that the previous government had. And the outcry from the people of Dunedin, because they won't be happy, and they know that they have one tool available to them at this moment, and that is their very, very strong, their very, very concerted, and their very, very unified voice. And I'm sure that if Christopher Luxton had visited Dunedin during the election campaign or during the election period, he may have had a taste of what that feels like. But, given that this government has now chosen a slash and burn ideology project, instead of finding a way round this dilemma, I can only imagine that Shane Reti will be passing that information on to the Prime Minister about what he could expect when he visits Otago next time. Not really. So, Mr. Speaker, when we think about the impact on services, I think we run a real possibility here of getting the worst of both worlds. The more we know, we absolutely know, the more we don't delay this project, the higher the costs become. When we look on the government's red list, which is now up to 20 projects nationally, and when we look and compare that to 6 months ago, the costs have gone up hugely. Of those same 18 comparable projects, none of which have moved off that red list, but the amount of money that is concerned with those projects has risen by $640 million already. So sitting around and reviewing this hospital again will not do anything other than cost more money, and that therefore leaves us in a situation where we have a lesser hospital that costs more than what we could have if we'd just done it properly in the first place. This reminds me of the ferries debacle, a new government coming in going, gosh, that's a big price tag, coincidentally around $3 billion, and saying we must scrap it, even though they had no plan B and no ability to do anything afterwards. Now, they've looked at this and they've gone, that's an awful lot of money, and have made a knee-jerk reaction to make the wrong decision and to put the whole project into a precarious state, let alone the community. Mr. Speaker, it's not only about broken promises, it's not only about the impact on services, it's not only about the community outcry, and I look forward to joining the people in Dunedin on Saturday as they vent their expressions and they have an opportunity to react to this government's announcements as they can on Saturday. But it is also about looking forward to the future. If the current Minister of Health can't get his head around an infrastructure program and an infrastructure plan and has to make these types of decisions, then I can only feel genuinely concerned for the people of Nelson and for the people of all those other regions, but not because Dunedin Hospital gets their hospital, but because this minister is not competent to make the tough decisions and to do it when needed.
To the Honourable Nicola Willis.
Well, Mr. Speaker, members across this House agree that the people of Dunedin and its surrounding regions deserve and need a modern, fit-for-purpose set of hospital facilities. Now, that commitment to the people of Dunedin was first made in 2017. And when that commitment was made, Mr. Speaker, the people of Dunedin had a right to expect that by now that hospital would have been delivered. In fact, in 2018, December of 2018, the government of the time announced that the hospital would be built in 2 stages, with the outpatient and day surgery building fast-tracked and the larger inpatient building due to be finished either 5 or 6 years after that. But as we stand here today, Mr. Speaker, in Dunedin on the ill-chosen site for the Dunedin Hospital, there is steel in the ground, but not enough progress. And we, as an incoming government, have been faced with a significant set of challenges. Because the reality of opposition, Mr. Speaker, is that you observe projects from the outside and you remain hopeful that the government of the day has things under control. But what we found on assuming office, Mr. Speaker, was that the Dunedin Hospital project was anything but in control. In fact, one of the first major capital budget decisions we had to make for the health sector was to put aside an additional $300 million for the Dunedin Hospital. So I would ask members opposite to desist from the false claim that we have reduced funding for this project. In fact, one of our most significant decisions was to immediately increase funding for this project in recognition of the fact that the costs had blown out so significantly that it would be impossible to deliver it without that extra funding. What we found, Mr. Speaker, was a project that has in fact been plagued with problems since, I think, the most ill-fated decision which was made in 2018, and that was in May, when the government of the day announced that the new hospital would be built on the old Cadbury chocolate factory site and parts of the surrounding blocks. Now, I know that that decision at the time seemed magical, because for the people of Dunedin, the sadness of seeing that site unoccupied would be met with a new hospital. But actually not much work was done to assess whether that was a good site for the new hospital. And what was found, and I reference here, Mr. Speaker, the advice we have received from experts, was that the extraordinary cost premiums associated with the land purchase, together with the demolition costs, contaminated ground, piling difficulty, flood level risk, and, Mr. Speaker, an extremely constrained construction site flanked on 3 sides by state highways made it an extremely unattractive project for contractors and suppliers, which further drove up construction costs. And, Mr. Speaker, these numbers I find compelling, so I wish to share them with the House. Since the 2017 business case, the cost per square metre to build the hospital has tripled from $10,000 per square metre to $30,000 per square metre. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not our job in government or my job today to lament where those poor decisions have led us. It is our job to get on and deliver a hospital for the people of Dunedin. And we have set about doing that in the most responsible manner in which we can. And so today, you have seen the Minister of Health and the Minister for Infrastructure go to Dunedin to be upfront with the people there about the choices that we face. And we have released the Rust report, which has objectively analysed whether or not the Dunedin Hospital project can be delivered within budget. And what that report makes clear is that even with the additional $300 million that this government is committed to adding to the existing appropriation for this project, even with that, the project is highly unlikely to be delivered in budget. And so we do have a choice at that juncture, Mr. Speaker. The choice that we have is that we can, on the one hand, carry on blithelessly ignorant to that fact, or, Mr. Speaker, we can take steps to get it back on track. We have chosen the latter course. And what we have presented are 2 options that we are considering in good faith, and that we wish to know from the people of Dunedin that they know we are considering these 2 options. The first option is to revise the project specification and scope and within the existing structural envelope. And the second option is a staged development on the old hospital site, including a new clinical services building and refurbishing the existing ward tower. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have absolute clarity from members opposite that they think that there is no amount of money that would be too much for Dunedin Hospital. And I put to you, Mr. Speaker, that that just can't be the case. Because actually, when we make choices about the way we spend New Zealanders' money, there are always opportunity, costs and trade-offs. And the advice that we have received tells us that this project is on course to blow out millions and millions of dollars more. Now, those are millions of dollars that we wish to invest in health infrastructure. Mark my words, Mr. Speaker, we will be investing more every year in health infrastructure across this country, because despite their rhetoric, the last government wasn't very good at getting new hospital buildings built. It wasn't very good at actually redeveloping facilities or using money for good effect in the health system. So what we are going to do is have to do work across our hospital system, in Whangarei, in Nelson, in Tauranga, in Invercargill, where there are suboptimal facilities, where upgrades are required. And so the choice that we have to confront is whether it is in that context appropriate to let this project continue down its sad, sad path of cost blowout after cost blowout after cost blowout. And the choice that we have made is to be pragmatic and upfront with New Zealanders that it's time actually for us to take some sensible steps to control those costs. And I'm going to be very interested, Mr. Speaker, to see whether Aisha Vera will stand up and tell us that she is proud of the decision-making that occurred over the past 6 years in relation to this project. Because what we have found is a pattern of actually completely inadequate planning occurring and a reluctance to confront emerging problems. What we have seen is that the last government knew this project was going wildly off course and chose not to take steps to bring it back on track. It actively chose not to do that, and instead, I believe, ultimately was pulling the wool over the eyes of both the people of Dunedin, but actually us as an opposition, because we were not in a position to know how badly things were actually going in this project until we assumed office and were given the ability to look at all of the information about it. Mr. Speaker, one of the facts that has surprised me about it, which I can barely believe, is that the actual business case for the project was still being developed while the project was being built. Which I'd love to hear members opposite explain to me how that is good practice. That despite the years that had been spent on the project, there was still no clear plan for the pathology lab, no plan for the refurbishment of the existing facilities, no plan for the car parking, and all of that was estimated to cost hundreds of millions more, but hadn't been included in the overall plans. And what we see is a haphazardness, and I'll tell you something that happens when you do that, Mr. Speaker, which is that those who are building the project and are involved in the project see you coming. They see you coming and they say, this is a government that can't even put together a business case. It can't even be clear about the timelines for this project or what its budget parameters are. So it gives them complete ability to continue down a path of excessive costs. And it's time actually that we were realistic, that we were clear that every project, no matter how important, still must face some budget constraints. And I want to finish these remarks, Mr. Speaker, by saying this. Delivering people really good health facilities so that our nurses and doctors and health workers can operate in modern facilities that allow them to effectively and efficiently deliver services is an important challenge for New Zealand. Dunedin deserves good facilities, other parts of the country too. We will invest more money in this, but we'll also deliver plans and budgets that work.
Scott Willis. We'll try again. Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it has been enlightening to hear from the National Party with two national ministers in Dunedin today willing to say anything to get elected but simply can't be trusted, because failing to confirm to build the Dunedin Hospital to its full capacity is a complete betrayal and an utter kick in the guts for Dunedin. Yes, Dunedinites are angry. Actually, they're furious to see two ministers shape up in Dunedin and give us what they've given us today. We can't trust this government one iota. They slither and squirm away from any clear answer. Dunedin and the Deep South community is like no other. We're a hardy lot down south, but we deserve access to healthcare, not leaking roofs in existing buildings. We don't deserve stressed doctors, nurses who want to go to Australia because they can't cope with the stress this health system's under, pathologists who don't know where on earth they're going to be cited. This government is bleeding our health system to death to fund trickle-down tax cuts. Dunedin deserves a government that works for people and planet, not this coalition of cuts. The health of our people has to come before the pockets of the wealthy. And we need desperately to invest in our health system so it's fit to cater for all of our needs in our communities. And on Saturday, we're going to show the coalition government exactly how we feel, because you know what ticks me off? Suggesting that $3 billion for health for the Deep South is unaffordable. And when $3 billion for a hospital complex, when the government tells us that $10 billion to explore a possible tunnel for Wellington is cheap as chips, $10 billion to explore a tunnel for Wellington. How much have we spent on potholes? We're spending $5 billion on potholes. We're spending $1.4 billion to adapt the road around the Dunedin Hospital, but not on healthcare. So do you think people are a bit mad in the Deep South? You're telling me they are. If this government gets one vote out of Dunedin at the next election, I will be surprised, because this government has accelerated a funding crisis for universities as well, including the University of Otago. This government's massively slashed research funding for Dunedin's Crown Research Institutes, and now we see this betrayal of every Dunedinite, are seeking to divide rather than build, as promised, the Dunedin Hospital. And we haven't yet had time to fully understand what the Coalition's Dunedin Hospital's downgrade will mean, because they're slithering and squirming away from any detail. But two things are really clear. This is National's biggest broken election promise, and it is one that they can't shaft off to their minor coalition partners either. This is all on National. Did they even look at the cost increases that Labor was blaming on their own proposed downgrades when National loudly proclaimed and promised to deliver on a full bill during the election campaign? What did Michael Woodhouse say? Michael Woodhouse, I know they kicked him out, but he said the South deserves a hospital that will be fit for purpose for generations, not a patch-up job. And that's what we've got, Mr. Speaker. That's what we've got, a patch-up job by a government that doesn't know what they're doing. They're cancelling the link between the islands. They are cancelling healthcare. So what we're seeing today is their strategy to deflect their dishonesty by turning people against each other, by proposing that a reasonable healthcare in the South is going to detract from others, when in fact this government wants to spend money on useless projects like looking at tunnels in Wellington. This government does not care for our communities. If this government gets a vote out of Dunedin, it'll get Mark Patterson's vote perhaps, but will it get any others? I doubt, because what gives me hope is our community, and we're not taking this sitting down. We are strong together, and I look forward to joining in what will be the biggest protest march in our city for a long, long time on Saturday. Because on Saturday we march for our city, we march for our region, and we march for the Dunedin Hospital.
It's New Zealand First Call. The Honourable Mark Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry. Let me just explain to you that I have in front of me an agreed process that was put together by the Business Committee earlier in the year for debates like this. I'm just following that pattern. The Honourable Mike Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First in this debate around the Dunedin Hospital rebuild, and I will not sugarcoat this. This is not the news that Southern New Zealand wanted to hear today, but it is important that we are honest with them. And whilst I appreciate the passion of my colleague from down south, Scott Willis, over in the Green Party, we do have to live in the real world. $3 billion as a cost blowout is an order of magnitude above the 1.2 to 1.4 where this project started out in, and the 1.6 when we came in. I have read the doc, and I tell you what, Aisha Verrill, the ill-fated December 22 announcement where you blinked. If you had kept going, we would not have been in this position today. Your decision to rescope and delay and hit that inflation surge absolutely has added is the reason that we are here today. Because whilst this project was beset by a litany of errors, it was the wrong site. It was incredibly expensive to buy that site. The demolition costs were incredibly high. It was contaminated, it's flood prone, it's on reclaimed land, so piling difficulties. They didn't even provision for parking. Within the rescoped work that Mr Rust has done in his report, he's had to add in $400 million for auxiliary stuff that wasn't originally budgeted for in the original business case, including parking for a building in the centre of the city. People need to be able to get to the hospital, as has been pointed out. This is a base hospital for Southern New Zealand, so people have to travel to get there. But it does speak to the wider issue, and I think the Honourable Nicola Willis mentioned this too, that we are having far too many cost blowouts in our infrastructure projects. We have got to get our arms around these projects and make sure that we are not facing time after time after time cost blowouts. So it's $3 billion here, Scott. It's another $2 billion there. It's another $500 million there. It all adds up. And this is what we've got to face, and particularly in an environment where we have got an economy that has been in recession for 2 years. That is the stark reality we face in those economic conditions. But so we are taking stock of this project. There are two options, and we must make sure that there is adequate and proper provision for healthcare in Dunedin in particular. But the one thing I would like, and I've told this to Mr Reddy, Dr Reddy, that we also have to face some reality in the south. The growth is in central Otago. There needs to be capacity added in central Otago. We need to use this point to fully address that. When you've got 10% growth a year, we need to be facing that reality as well. There is also capacity within Southland, and I know the Honourable Penny Simmons is lobbying for an extra operating theatre too. So within the south, we do deserve proper access to healthcare and adequate health facilities. This is a chance to relook at that, to look at all the options. We have two for Dunedin Hospital. That doesn't go far enough. We need to look at provision in Central. We need to look for provision in Southland as well. So those are the options on the table, but it is the reality. It's not a reality that I wanted to be standing up here, that New Zealand First wanted to be standing up here facing, but that is the reality of politics. Sometimes really tough decisions come down the pipe. Sometimes you inherit a mess. Sometimes you're in charge of sorting it out. And this is the place we find ourselves in today. So we will make sure that the provision of health in the south is where it needs to be, but the current plan does not get us there for the money that we have to spend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I call the Minister, call the member, can I apologise to him? We have this pre-organised list. It's got 7 columns in it, and I looked at the wrong one. I don't like this kind of system, but there you go, it's what we live with. So my apologies again. I call on Simon Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This unfortunate decision today does not preclude the people of Dunedin receiving exceptionally high-quality healthcare services provisioned by the public health system. What it unfortunately is another indictment of New Zealand's public sector agencies being unable to deliver infrastructure projects on time and within a fixed budget. It's not too different from KiwiRail's IREX ferry terminal project, which blew out from 700 million to over 3 billion. But let's just explore some of the problems. Well, the previous Labor government had a health minister who went mountain biking during COVID. The next one, Hipkins, he decided to try to restructure the entire health system while the pandemic was still going. Surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, while all of these things were happening, they took their eye off the ball and they said, look, we'll go ahead and we'll build Dunedin Hospital on a chocolate factory site that it turns out was quite unsuited for the level of services, the scale of buildings and infrastructure they intended to deliver. But they were hugely optimistic, the previous government. They said that this health facility could be delivered for about $1.4 billion. And then, lo and behold, there's been a series of cost blowouts. It's a few $100 million more. So optimism bias crept in. The fact that half the scope, the car park, the path lab, and all these other things you typically need when you run a hospital were left out. That's another example of the dishonesty shown in the business case and business development, project development process, which has led to the underpricing and fixing a budget, which, the previous cabinet ministers in the previous government are looking at me now as if somehow this is the coalition government's problem. It's their problem that they caused by failing to ask adequate questions around scope, failing to have the level of competence and professionalism that you need when you're commissioning major infrastructure that leads us to this place today. Now, what the Russ report has determined is that we have a problem where essentially the services that the government has committed to deliver can't be delivered within that budget. $1.88 billion. Coalition government increased the budget this year by $300 million. But it's not going to be possible within that budget, apparently, to deliver what's been committed to. Now, I'm a civil engineer. I've never started a project without having the client confirm the budget. And yet, apparently, the previous government made a series of instructions to the extent that piling was underway without a business case being approved. That is quite outrageous. And I'm sure that, that when a Dunedin hospital is finally delivered, the people of Dunedin will get what they're asking for and what they need, but it's certainly not going to be what the previous government signed off. It's also true that when it comes to scope and need, this government has to consider the whole of New Zealand, as well as the people of Dunedin and the people of Otago. It's quite clear there is a significant growing population in central Otago that also has significant need. We are going to have to make the most of the assets we've got. We're going to have to make our dollar go further in New Zealand when it comes to health infrastructure and all types of infrastructure. And we're going to have to make sure that we deliver with value for money in mind. Now, in terms of the delegations that I've been given by the Minister for Infrastructure, Chris Bishop, it's to look at health infrastructure through that lens. How do we get better value for money from the assets we've got? How do we make the most of the money we have to spend? Well, one of the ways we might do that is to say, well, if there is a fixed budget and there's a time constraint, we want a new facility developed and delivered in a certain time frame, then we need to look at public-private partnerships where you can outsource the delivery risk, you can agree a fixed cost, in a fixed time, and if it's not delivered on time and to budget, that liability sits with the contractor. Now imagine if Labor had had any appetite at all to involve the private sector in actually funding, financing and delivering this project. It's quite likely that it would have been delivered by now within the original budget committed to. Now that's an initiative that this government's going to take. We look forward to announcing more about our PPP policy that's going to help health in the near future.
Honourable Dr Aisha Verrill.
Madam Speaker, today is a milestone day on the slipping away of New Zealand's healthcare system to one characterised by cuts, cold-heartedness and underfunding. And it is a day in which we remark on the broken promise of the national government who campaigned on building Dunedin the hospital that it needed. And it sought those votes with such a level of cynicism we see from what's been done today. The people of Dunedin need a new hospital. Their current hospital is unsuitable and it is unsafe. 500 instances of surgical equipment being contaminated every year. It is not a suitable place to be continuing treatment for people. It needs to be replaced. The scope reductions that will be entailed by what the government is embarking on will cause additional cost. That always happens when you build a hospital that is too small. It ends up costing you more down the line. But what I want to spend my time on today is the desperate political play that this government has done. We're seeing it here and we've seen it before. Let's go through it step by step. This report seems in many parts to be a very good report, the Rust Review. However, everything about the costings is blacked out. So I take no reassurance from the other side when they say there's being a $3 billion blowout. The word $3 billion is not in the report. It's nowhere. For those of you who got up with your government talking points and said that, go into the report and try and find it. This is a manufactured crisis about the cost of this hospital. The Rust Review says it probably could not be achieved within the existing appropriation. That doesn't mean certainly. That might mean it's a 50% probability or a 40% probability. But it is certainly not the case that the government has the right to claim that it's going to cost $3 billion. That is untrue. Where did this figure come from?
Who knows?
Well, I think if we admitted Chris Bishop to the gastroenterology department at Dunedin Hospital, we might be able to get a scope and find out where that $3 billion figure came from. Because that is utterly made up, and this is exactly the type of process we see when this government wants to cut healthcare. They make up a scandal. They said Health New Zealand was $1.4 billion over budget and they had to fire the board. They said it was because of back office bloat. They said it was because there was 14 layers of management. Well, we found out that was untrue. We found out they didn't have the organisational chart that Dr. Retty said there was. We found out they actually hired more nurses and it wasn't anything to do with the back office costs. And they did that in order to justify cutting staff out of our health system, and that's exactly what's going on with Dunedin Hospital. They have put out a report, they are manufacturing a crisis, and then the worst thing is they're trying to play other communities off against Dunedin. That is so dirty, it's disgraceful.
That's right.
The fact is, if this government wasn't so reckless with its $2.9 billion tax cuts for landlords, there would be money to meet the needs of New Zealanders for their health care. If they weren't giving $216 million from Dr. Foster's party to a single tobacco company, we would be able to give New Zealanders the health care that they deserve.
Come back to the bill, to the motion, to the debate.
This cuts to New Zealand's hospitals are about the choices, the bad choices that this government has made. This is a deeply cynical political playbook we see from them over there again and again and again. They made a bad budget.
they made reckless decisions, they bought their way into government with tax cuts, and then New Zealanders are paying the price. And Dunedinites are being asked to pay the price, and all the communities of Otago and Southland that hospital will support. Well, kia kaha to the people of Southland and Otago. I learnt a lot of lessons from those people as a medical student in the old Dunedin hospital. And one of the lessons that they taught me when I was learning to be a doctor was to take responsibility. Well, this government needs to stop blaming other people for its problems. It needs to take responsibility. I'm looking forward to seeing all the people in Dunedin out on the street on the weekend, and we can expect that this government understands just how much the people of the southern region think that this is a broken promise.
Point of order.
Point of order, Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just seeking some clarification there. We are discouraged from interrupting speeches wherever necessary, so I held off until now. There was guidance provided then to come back to the motion, and the point that was being made was around choices the government has made in the context of potential alternative funding streams for the Dunedin Hospital. Now, there are additional speeches to come, and that, in my mind, was entirely relevant to the motion, and so I just want some clarification.
My clarification was it wasn't about the government, it was pointed to a specific party in the coalition government, and that's why I made that ruling.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there another call? No? Is there another call from here? Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Madam Chair, it is interesting that the government benches don't want to take any more calls. Now, I would like to tell a little bit of a story from my perspective about Dunedin Hospital, because of course I'm very privileged to be the Member of Parliament for the great city of Dunedin. And in Dunedin, we have a hospital, we have a tertiary hospital, and it is a training hospital for the medical school at the University of Otago, where Dr. Aisha Viril trained some time ago. Now, that hospital, there's never been any dispute until today, where I hear from Honourable Mark Patterson that perhaps the tertiary hospital should be in central Otago. That is a totally new thing to be hearing, because it has always been based in Dunedin as the city that then has to do that tertiary level care for the wider Otago and Southland regions. Of course, those areas also need hospitals, and the issue here is about the big tertiary regional hospital. National has said lots of things about this hospital over time. One former Minister of Health said, Dunedin Hospital is not going to be a long-term preeminent tertiary hospital. He went on to say there is a reality that can't be voted away. New Zealand probably has too many doctors. Over the next 10 years, we will need fewer hospital beds than we currently do. Who said that? That was the Minister Bill English in the late 1990s. Talking about the health system. And of course we remember that when the Labor government came to government in 2017, the state of the infrastructure around New Zealand, the state of the hospitals. There were many stories about mould running down the walls in various hospitals around the country. And we heard then from the Minister for Finance, oh, well, this government, Labor doesn't know how to build things because the whole of the new Dunedin Hospital isn't up yet. Well, at least Labor was building things. You can't knock things over if you're not building them in the first place. Now, National, to their credit, did say that they recounted from what Bill English had said, and they said they would build a hospital, a tertiary new hospital in Dunedin, and set up the Southern Partnership Group. In 2017, there was the decision on the location of the new hospital. And this is an outpatients building and an inpatients building. For anybody who's been to Dunedin recently and driven along the one-ways, you will have seen the new outpatients building that looks like a finished building. It's not finished, but it's looking good. The inpatients building is the building that the government members seem obsessed totally obsessing about the fact that it's built on a former chocolate factory, Madam Speaker. And it was so patronising to hear the Minister for Finance say that the Cadbury choice was somehow magical. It was not a magical choice. If anybody knows Dunedin, you know that there are many hills and there is not an abundance of flat land that is ready to be built on with significant vertical buildings. So this was a choice. It was in the middle of town. It was a choice that was made. And in that time, there was consenting, Madam Speaker. There was the acquisition of land as well. And of course, some of that consenting was done under a fast-track process that did not override environmental protections, because that can be done. Now, Madam Speaker, at the last election, when I was standing to be the Member of Parliament for Dunedin, National made many promises about this hospital. They promised that any changes that Labor had made to decrease the scope, so by 2 operating theatres, that they and a PET scanner and some shelled beds, they said, we're going to undo that. Shame on Labor for making any cuts. That was their promise. That was the spokesperson for National, Dr. Sherity, now the Minister of Health. He came to Dunedin, he said that, and Michael Woodhouse, Honourable Michael Woodhouse, who was standing against me, said it over and over again. What do we get when National is in government? We just get cuts, and that is all we can expect from this government. Cuts, cuts, cuts. So I look forward to seeing the people of Dunedin and the wider South on Saturday.
Speaker.
Ingrid Leary.
What a shameful day for this government. What a shameful day to go out and election campaign to deliberately mislead voters, knowing that they had no intention ever of delivering on the promise of Dunedin Hospital. That is callous politics. It is throwing the people of the South under the bus, and now they are shamefully trying to gaslight people to say that there is this crisis that once again doesn't exist just to suit their political purposes. Madam Speaker, when I go door knocking most weeks, surveying my constituents about what is the most important issue in the electorate, what comes up first, time and time again, in every part of the electorate, whether it is in South Dunedin, whether it is Kaka Point, Balclutha, Middlemarch, right across the whole of the Taieri electorate, is access to healthcare and the new Dunedin Hospital. They are as important to the people of Taieri as the cost of living crisis. And that is because in my electorate, about a quarter of the population are over the age of 60. So healthcare is really important. And when they voted last election, many of them were sceptical about the National Party promises, but they desperately wanted access to healthcare. They saw the need for it. And they told me that had a very big bearing on how they voted. Well, those people will be so let down, the ones who put their faith in the national government. The fact that many of them didn't, and that I stand here today as their representative, shows that they have long memories of the type of antics that this government has done previously, where they've talked up the need for a hospital and then done absolutely nothing to deliver it. Madam Speaker, the other side, the government, are really misleading with their narrative around this hospital, and this has been clarified as well by the former Southern Partnership Chair, the Honourable Pete Hodgson. He's saying that the costs that they are anticipating of the blowout, $3 billion, his word is absurd. What they have done to concoct this narrative is add pathology, the car park and a refurb costed at $400 million. They have talked up the problems of the site. The fact is that the hospital is not just about services, it is about the economic development and lifeblood of Dunedin being a centre of medical excellence, and that requires a hospital to have proximity to both the university and to the Polytech. All the issues that were mentioned by Nicola Willis have already been resolved. It was 2.7% of the total budget to do that remediation, and all of that work is now complete. The land was bought actually incredibly cheaply, $11 million, because Cadbury's wanted to get out of town. So there was already value for money in that purchase, and it's just so important that the hospital has the proximity to the university so that the medical school can remain the centre of excellence that we see so profoundly from Otago University. The fact of the matter is that this government basically hates the South Island. We've got plenty of evidence. They've destroyed the possibility of having the rail-enabled ferries, or it's looking very likely, that will ensure that the Hillside Workshop investment by the Labor government, the revitalisation of the Hillside Workshops, bringing so many jobs to my people in South Dunedin, they depend on rail-enabled ferries, and this government is now putting that into a very big question mark. That is bad news for Hillside. They don't care about the ramifications. They don't care about our roads. There are no roads of national significance anywhere around my electorate. In fact, the map from Waka Kotahi doesn't even have the South Island on it. And the worst bit, Madam Speaker, is that they prefer to put the tax breaks for big tobacco forced on this national government by a minor party ahead of the healthcare needs of New Zealanders and ahead of their promises to the people of the South, and that is the people of Dunedin, the people of Invercargill, all the people in the rural areas in between who find it so difficult to access healthcare and who have waited so long and fought so hard. Well, my message to them is make sure wherever you are on Saturday, come down to the Octagon at midday, put on your T-shirts and send a message to this government that you will not accept anything less than the hospital that they promised that they would deliver.
Madam Speaker.
This is a National Party call, so I'm going to take the National Party call. Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We've heard a lot from the other side about the lack of a new hospital in Dunedin. I wonder if the members opposite might remember who was in government for the last 6 years that did not deliver such a hospital. Madam Speaker, this entire discussion would not be necessary if the government of the day 6 years ago had gotten underway and actually built the damn thing. Mr. Speaker, we've heard about responsibility needing to be taken in terms of what this government had inherited, but if this government had inherited a hospital in the first place, there would not be need for a new hospital. A bit of reality needs to be injected into the conversation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've also heard about issues having already been resolved. Well, that's really interesting, because if the issue of needing a hospital had been resolved in the first place, again, it would be a moot point. We would not need to be having this discussion. The people of New Zealand, the people of Dunedin particularly, would have the healthcare services, the facilities that they need, that we're hearing so much about now from people who were very quiet about it in the last 6 years when, patently, a new hospital was not being built. Madam Speaker, the opportunity cost of the funding, the additional funding needed to build the hospital is such that not only is that funding not available for other aspects of healthcare in Dunedin or indeed across the country. In addition, the 6 years wasted by the previous government in which they were busily not building a hospital has seen construction costs raise hugely. It's going to be very topical in the House this afternoon, Madam Speaker. 41% increase in construction costs since 2019, a huge additional amount, even leaving aside the cock-ups and the poor decision-making in relation to this hospital particularly, and the delay therefore represents an opportunity cost in terms of other things that money could have been spent on in this space, or indeed other things to improve the lives of the good people of Dunedin. Madam Speaker, the project as conceived by the previous government was on shaky foundations, poor foundations, both literally and physically from the very start. We are putting in additional funding. It is simply not accurate to characterise that as any kind of a cut. Dunedin does not have a hospital now that was promised by the previous government. It will, because we are promising to get on and do it. We're going to listen to the people, we're going to get on and do it, and actually they will then have the facilities they need and deserve. Chair, Madam Speaker.
The first call for the available call was made by Rachel Brooking.
Boyack.
The Boyack, sorry, apologies, was made by Rachel Boyack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to take a call on this important issue for the people of Dunedin, but also for the people of the South Island and for the people of New Zealand in terms of the investment that we need in our health infrastructure. Madam Speaker, as the MP for Nelson, I stand in solidarity with the people of Dunedin who deserve a decent hospital that is going to serve their region and their community for decades to come. Madam Speaker, what concerns me greatly from the Minister's announcement today is that they are trying to use my community of Nelson as an excuse to not build the facilities that are needed in Dunedin. Yet the Minister has already made an announcement about an announcement to downgrade the rebuild of Nelson Hospital, one of New Zealand's most ageing and growing populations. It will be the biggest project of our generation. Labor announced the plan last year and we gave the first round of money and the enabling works have been started, and yet the Minister had a plan to announce the master plan for the project when he came to Nelson recently, and that decision was scrapped. And he hasn't even taken a paper to Cabinet about Nelson Hospital. So don't the National Party dare use my community as an excuse to downgrade the facilities for Dunedin or any other community in this country. Now, Madam Speaker, my father built hospitals in New Zealand and he built hospitals in the UK. He built them in your electorate, Suze Redmayne, on budget. On budget and well, close to it. And it certainly served the people of Rangitikei, the Whanganui Hospital, which he built on time and on budget. And my message to Simon Court is that public-private partnerships do not work. They cost more money, they take more time, they cut corners, and they do not deliver for the people in the community. Now, I have a message for the National Party about health infrastructure. Look at this graph. This shows the story of which party, now they're all quiet, which party delivers on capital infrastructure for health. Look at the blue graph. Look at the blue graph. Look at the red graph. Significantly more. Billions of dollars to invest in the likes of Dunedin, to invest in Whangarei, which Shane Resi is also planning to pull down again, and billions of dollars of investment from Labor and health infrastructure. How much did the government put into budget 2024? $100 million. Literally nothing. Where is the money that is going to be needed to build these projects? It's gone to landlords. It's gone to tobacco companies. Now, I might sound angry, and I'm probably the angriest I've ever been in this House, but I am bloody proud to be a member of a Labor Party that has a history in this country of building infrastructure, of building hospitals, of investing properly in public health, and saying that public health facilities for the people of New Zealand who can't afford things like private insurance need to be top quality, and they do cost money, Madam Speaker. To pretend somehow that you can be a National Party when Nicola Willis was advising John Key and Bill English, and she's now following the same playbook. Nicola Willis was a staff member during these little tiny blue graphs with no money, and now she's the Finance Minister who has only put $100 million into capital health infrastructure this budget. She's also shortchanged the entire health system by $1.4 billion for operational costs in that health system. So yes, I'm angry, because public health and the delivery of public health services to New Zealand is a fundamental. It is a critical, essential services for the people who desperately need those services. And in my community of Nelson, I was inundated by people last week at the Home and Garden Show who are incredibly angry that the plan agreed by Labor, that was the clinically preferred option, not the best option for builders, not the best option for the Cabinet, the best option that the medical professionals said. We should be building hospitals that the medical professionals say are the best for patients, because they are the experts, and this government is failing to listen to them. And so I stand here in solidarity as a Nelson MP, because every single community of this country in Aotearoa deserves a decent public hospital. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The time for this debate has expired. I call on Government Order of the Day number 1.
Building Overseas Building Products Standards and Certification Schemes Amendment Bill, first reading.
Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have great pleasure to present a legislative statement on the Building Overseas Building Products Standards and Certification Schemes Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Building Overseas Building Products Standards and Certification Schemes Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Transport and Infrastructure Committee to consider the bill. Madam Speaker, it costs too much to build a home or other building in this country. There is a massive opportunity cost associated with the huge rise in construction costs. Since 2019 alone, an increase of some 40%. And of course, over the years, the inexorable rise of construction costs has meant a huge opportunity cost in terms of the same number of buildings, again, be it residential housing or other, that could have been provided for the same investment of public or private nature. So, Madam Speaker, it's crucially important that we turn our mind to the way that we can actually reduce the cost of construction in this country. So where do the costs lie? Madam Speaker, a certain amount of cost is associated, of course, with the people doing the building, the labour costs. It's appropriate that people get paid well. It's skilled work. That's not the right place to try to screw down prices in construction. So what are we left with? Processes. Processes are important because cost is associated with delay, particularly in a higher interest rate environment. And so we're doing a number of things in terms of processes to speed up the building consent system and make it much more certain and consistent. But today, Madam Speaker, we're turning our mind to the subject of products, and more particularly the way that we can actually achieve some gains in terms of affordability for that 25% or so of the cost of a building that is associated with the products themselves. So this will have a helpful benefit for the consumer, the end user of the homes and the other buildings, of course, which is every New Zealander. Madam Speaker, we all live, work and play in the built environment. It will improve competition, which goes to fairness in terms of those who would provide products both here and overseas, and I emphasise those here too because being able to measure New Zealand products against overseas standards will be helpful from the perspective of those who have innovative products in New Zealand that they're currently finding difficult to break through established markets, and also from the perspective of innovation. And of course, if we want to have an innovative building environment where we have the best possible products that achieve the best possible results in terms of sustainability, in terms of safety, in terms of quality, and in terms of consumer choice, then of course for that reason too we want to have enough different products available to the consumer and to the builder to maximise our potential in that regard. So, Madam Speaker, just going back briefly to the subject of fairness and competition, I note that the Commerce Commission report of 2022 highlighted very particularly the fact that we have an uncompetitive sector taken as a whole, and I acknowledge that within the building supply area we have different degrees of competitiveness associated with different product types, but nevertheless overall the picture is very clearly that there is a lack of competition. And you don't need to take my word for it. As I say, the finding of the Commerce Commission was very clear in that regard, but certainly that is also the anecdotal evidence of very many people that I speak to who are used to building in this country with a limited range of products at a commensurately high price. Because of course we know that a competitive market relies on a degree of competition such that those who provide the supplies need to be mindful that if they don't do that in the best and most efficient way and at the most affordable price from the perspective of what it takes to produce and noting the value provided to the consumer, then of course all will lose out. And of course that's been the experience, Madam Speaker, for many years now, including, as I say, most particularly since 2019. So the way that we are going to improve competition through this legislation is set out in the legislative statement. There's some detail there, Madam Speaker. I don't intend to take the time of the House to spell that out in a way that's unnecessary, given that we now have access to this legislative statement. Suffice to say that there are three different mechanisms, but they all revolve around the idea that if we use standards that currently exist in overseas jurisdictions that are of equal or higher standard by way of quality and their physical properties, their ability to be strong enough and to be safe enough for use if we adopt those standards, as I say, that are of equal or higher level of those in New Zealand as measured by overseas jurisdictions, then we can use those with relative safety. Now, I say relative safety, Madam Speaker, because there are some qualifications. We do need to think about the way that the products are installed. There will still be a role for a building consent authority to play some sort of oversight role as far as they're concerned. And of course, it's also important that the jurisdictions whose standards and products we're using are the appropriate ones. Roughly speaking, that means we need credible and comparable jurisdictions, credible ones being those nations and states that have good building standards, and some places in the world frankly have better building standards, I would say, than those in this country, Madam Speaker, but others have worse, and we need to choose carefully in that regard. We also need to think about comparable jurisdictions whereby the physical conditions that dictate the performance of standards must be comparable in the relevant respects to those in New Zealand. Of course, we're a coastal nation, so there'll be factors around the ability of New Zealand building products to withstand wind, sea spray. We are a somewhat sunny country, in some cities more sunny than others, Madam Speaker, but certainly the UV content, pardon me? Oh. I don't wish to indulge in the metaphors that the member from down south would have us go down, Madam Speaker, but suffice to say, different conditions, including climatically, exist across the country. It's appropriate to think about other places in the world in which we can rightly compare ourselves and sort of be safe and make good decisions in that regard. Now, these decisions at a very particular, detailed level will be made and put forward in regulations. Because that won't require the legislation to be passed in this House on each occasion that we add a particular jurisdiction or a particular standard or a particular set of products, we can actually say that that process can be an ongoing one. We can start with the lowest hanging fruit first. We can do the least risky business first. We can get those easy gains, those relatively easy gains in terms of cost, affordability, innovation and so on. But for now we need a legislative framework that actually enables that. So that's the purpose of the bill. That's what we're here doing today, Madam Speaker. I do just want to touch on the fact that this legislation intersects with a number of different other projects of reform within the building and construction space. One of those relates to the place of the 67 different building consent authorities, mostly councils, but of course also Consentium, which does bespoke work for kāinga ora. And each of those at the moment is tasked with understanding and assessing the risk associated with different building products. And it's a great burden for them. It's onerous in terms of their resources. It's also a matter of liability that they could face up to 100% of the cost of defective products or materials. So of course it's a huge resource implication and frankly a risk for their respective ratepayers associated with that. And the other mechanism, which is through Codemark, an organisation that has the ability to certify for use in a way that building consent authorities can rely on. We know that is a process that is subject to a lot of volume in a way that we think we can cut through, again by relying on those comparable and credible overseas jurisdictions. So that's the philosophy, Madam Speaker. As I say, the detail sits within the legislative statement, and I will just also link briefly to our work around minor variations and minor customisations. This is a mechanism that did exist previously, and I do want to acknowledge that as a mechanism for making sense of the multi-proof scheme. The multi-proof scheme is underused. That's where we've got a single design that's been consented that can be reused over and over again. So it's an exercise in standardisation, you get the economy of scale and so on. But that system is underutilised, and also there's a lot of additional burden again on the building consent authorities and of course the builders associated with making minor changes, for example swapping like for like products. It's a clunky system that needs to be refined. We're doing that work and that will help unlock the gains that we're achieving in this bill. So Madam Speaker, I'll conclude my remarks by saying that I wish the Select Committee that will be considering the legislation all the best. No doubt they will hear a lot of detail that will be helpful. Certainly very happy to contemplate any suggestions that they might make for change. I expect that some members of the public and those who are professional within the building sector might have particular examples or suggestions of products or jurisdictions that they would commend or otherwise. It's really within the remit of this bill to set up the architecture as a whole, if you excuse the expression, that will enable that detailed work to go on. But that detailed work is going on already, Madam Speaker. We are walking and chewing gum, we're getting it done, we're trying to reform the system so that we have greater competition, better choice for the consumer, and of course more affordable homes and other buildings in this country. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Aruna Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Labor supports this bill because it builds on Labor's work to make building products cheaper and the market more competitive, which started with the Commerce Commission's report, the first report of its kind under its market study framework into building and construction products and the sector at large. And it found that our building sector in New Zealand isn't working as it should, it's not as competitive as it could be, and that consumers are ultimately paying too much, and that's leading to higher costs in things like housing, which are incredibly important to this Parliament and to the people of New Zealand. And so this is a good move. There will be a few things in my speech which I will outline as concerns of the Labor Party, and we will be watching very closely as this bill progresses. There are things that we will need to make sure as a Parliament we are comfortable with so that we do not create a system that provides less clarity for the various different system users within the system already who rely on government and local government buy-in to the building products that are used so that things can be agreed to swiftly and that consents do not take too long. But I'll first start with the importance of competition here. Ultimately, this was a finding, this bill does deal with a finding of the Commerce Commission's report that said that there was not enough competition and that it was not easy enough for not only different building products to be recognised within the system as it is, but also for those smaller players in the market who are importing new and innovative products from overseas to grow their market share. And it's the second part that I'm particularly interested in because there's not legislative change here that deals with that, but the posture of government and the posture of local governments to that will be important to the ability of smaller businesses to compete with the big guys and to be able to get their products out there and increase the industry knowledge about products which are equivalent and of a high standard. And some of this will help that, but it really will be bigger change that's required of the industry. And Madam Speaker, I think breaking the monopoly on some products has been the focus of the previous government, and that will need to be something which this government keeps the pressure on. Things like plasterboard, which resulted in a crisis alongside restrictions of what could be brought into New Zealand during the COVID period, was something that took up a lot of Parliament's time and was important for the government of the day to be able to deal with, because it created real issues in a building sector that at that time was really hot, was building lots of houses and really needed access to good quality products at a cheap price for consumers to be able to buy. And so we need to keep our eye on that and make sure that the Commerce Commission is also tooled up to be able to deal with those issues. We support the measures in this bill, Madam Speaker, that remove barriers to building products entering the New Zealand market, and that's why, as it progresses, we'll be looking forward to the advice on how it actually does this, because as the regulatory impact statement suggests, there are a number of these changes which were already on foot. They were already in the system in some way, but it's about industry changing and the behaviour and the knowledge of industry participants to actually use those provisions, which will make all the difference here. Madam Speaker, I'll now turn to the second part of my speech, which is about the concerns that we have in highlighting, I guess, for submitters to the committee, because we are really interested in engaging with people who are experts in the field around what our concerns are with regulatory change in this area. The first is particularly about plasterboard. We're cautious about product substitutions for plasterboard being approved in groups, which this legislation would allow, because they are used in structurally different ways in other jurisdictions. The way that New Zealand builders use plasterboard products is different from their counterparts in, say, the UK. And so we want to make sure that the substitutions and the equivalency there recognises New Zealand's particular context and the way that our building sector works. It may be that the rules in other countries are not appropriate to apply here, and so we need some assurance about the way that those equivalencies are going to be judged. Second, building consent authorities are going to be responsible for more under the new regime, which will add to their time and process costs for those consents. The government will essentially be requiring consent authorities to approve the building project overall and not only that the product is robust and of high quality, but also that it's going to be used in a way that's appropriate. And so we want to be assured that with local government carrying more of a burden in ensuring that the end product is suitable, we want to make sure that the resources there to do this. The councils are ready to go when this legislation is enacted, and that the government is working really closely to provide the kind of policy advice that will require local government to change, because it is a system-wide view that we need to take here. That's one of the advantages of New Zealand's building system.
Time's up. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable Julianne Genter.
Tēnā koe, Madam Speaker. Tēnā koutou e te whare. The Green Party is supporting this bill. I note that the work on this did begin under the last government, and I think that what is contained in this bill has the potential to be hugely beneficial. But like the previous speaker, it also depends on how it is implemented. So I will be very interested during the Select Committee process on the implementation. When I first moved to Aotearoa in New Zealand, I suppose one of the things that motivated me to get involved in politics was seeing that we could do so much better with our buildings and our transport system and urban planning as well. Because actually there are many other countries in the world that are doing so much better. They get better outcomes for people, better outcomes for health, better outcomes for the environment and the climate. And it also makes economic sense to do that. So this is like an example where, meeting the founder of Passive House Institute in New Zealand, who came from Germany, who was part of the Passive House movement, which led to science-based standards that deliver warm, dry, comfortable, extremely energy-efficient buildings. And of course, they did, in many parts of Germany now, and in the UK and many other parts of Europe, that standard is the minimum. It's required. And that is, it's like one aspect of that is how we approve building products, because what people who worked in the industry, including my friends who are builders or who work as building physicists, as my friend was, were telling me is that it was more expensive and difficult to get these high quality products that were leading to better environmental and energy efficiency outcomes in New Zealand because of the process for approving those products. So it does actually just make sense to recognize overseas standards and standard certification schemes when those countries have higher standards and better outcomes than Aotearoa New Zealand currently does. Now, the risk is that, we approve products that are not of a higher standard, that are not going to get better outcomes. So it really does come down to which countries we're looking at and whether or not they're getting better outcomes. We do have to recognize that New Zealand's supply chain has been dominated by a few major companies, and essentially that oligopoly, or, it is an oligopoly, has allowed some companies to make excessive profits on products that frankly are not the best. So it really makes sense to ensure that we're allowing better products in, and that we're not duplicating a lot of work that's already been done by places that have, especially when they have similar climates to us. I look at British Columbia, or parts of the UK might have quite similar weather issues, weather tightness issues, wind. We have incredibly high levels of wind and dampness and rain, and that can contribute to moldy homes and the leaky home crisis. So look, I'm a firm believer in having a system that gets us the best outcomes, and there's so many opportunities to do better. But one of the ways we do better is through this type of work, which, as I said, was started by the previous government and looks like it will have cross-party support. And I hope that at the Select Committee we can ensure that we're doing our best to ensure that the products that we're encouraging and enabling actually deliver the outcomes we need in terms of reducing building waste and taking action on climate. I'm concerned that the government has pretty much stopped the work on the Building for Climate Change, which is an evidence-based and very much looking to overseas countries and how they've achieved it, improvements to our building code, which are desperately, desperately needed. The other side of how government enables this is simply through procurement. And so the cancellation of the Kāinga Ora builds is going to be a major setback to improving standards and quality of builds in New Zealand. It makes sense if government has a large house building program that it lifts the standards of the supply chain by getting the best outcomes for the people living in those buildings. And that, you know, and it makes economic sense. It's less money spent on hospital bills, it's more productivity, it's lower power bills for people. And if the government can lead by example through procurement, then over time we can step our building code up. But of course, in order to get those more efficient buildings, we need to allow and enable the quality products that are available overseas so that we're not simply letting Fletcher's or whoever else dominate the market and make excessive profits on products that frankly are not the best for New Zealand.
Cameron Luxton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and speak on behalf of this bill and on behalf of the ACT Party. Look, we are in a situation in New Zealand where Kiwis are increasingly dissatisfied with what they're getting out of their building industry. You know, I don't actually blame them. Just this afternoon, I attended the Chinese building construction sector's New Zealand Chinese Building Association report launch, hosted by my colleague Nancy Liu and attended by Minister Penk, in which we were presented with a word cloud. Now, this word cloud, the biggest word in there is expensive, and I think that is an apt description of building in New Zealand. It is not a surprise to me at all that New Zealanders have had enough. Many are deciding to go overseas. Many are struggling to start families, get on the housing market, live where they want to live and how they would like to live. Housing costs in New Zealand are unacceptable. We have heard this from the community. During the campaign, ACT went about with a building materials equivalency register policy. And I'm glad to see that such a policy is being adopted into this bill, because we need to get prices down in New Zealand when it comes to building a house. Now, Madam Speaker, construction is 20% of the jobs in New Zealand. Building is a challenging, it's often difficult, it's bespoke, it takes a great deal of skill. But when you can put people with skills and materials together, that is how you get a successful building industry. Now, that is what this bill is going to achieve, Madam Speaker. We will be recognising overseas standards and certification schemes from trusted jurisdictions overseas. Places with seismic issues that have assessed these issues. Places with weather tightness issues. Places where it rains a heck of a lot more. Places where it's hotter. Places where it's colder. Places that have built in environments similar and more extreme. Madam Speaker, we need to get competition into our building supply market. But it is not a monopoly, as a previous speaker has spoken about, because of some oligopoly. It is a situation in which councils make it so hard to achieve standards in New Zealand for new products to enter the market that it is not a surprise that our cost of building is so high. Materials are far, far too expensive. I myself, as a licensed building practitioner, have attempted to have minor changes happen on plans between one set of cladding plaster to another set. Now, it struck me down when the council said, oh, we can't recognise that, even though the details, and my fellow tradies out there know what I'm talking about, when the details are completely alike, but the product name is different, well, we have to go through a whole rigmarole to try and get that changed. Delays, costs, shortage of material. Madam Speaker, this is why housing is so expensive in New Zealand. This bill will streamline the citing of international standards that can be used in acceptable solutions and verification methods. To the members of the House who haven't swung a hammer in the last, ever, especially on the other side, I can tell you that these acceptable solutions and verification methods are how we get things approved in New Zealand. And I see there's some offence being taken. I am very sorry for anybody who's done it on a DIY basis, but a DIY does not a builder make. And what we have got in New Zealand is a situation, we have a scheme to get things approved to the building code, and we are going to make it a lot easier for overseas products to be recognised in New Zealand, to get on sites so that the skilled tradies and Kiwis who fill out our building industry can get the products they need to lower the price of building in New Zealand. The built environment, Madam Speaker, it is an important environment in New Zealand. It is a place where farmers go to milk their cows. It's a place where industry goes to manufacture. It's a place where New Zealanders go to learn and live and enjoy themselves. The The backbone of New Zealand, Madam Speaker, has got many claims to its fame. It could be the agricultural sector. It could be it could be many different sectors. It could be climbing Mount Everest. It could be many things. But I say to you, Madam Speaker, and to this House, that the built environment is the backbone of New Zealand. It is the place where we need to have some certainty in our lives. Madam Speaker, this bill will be providing just that by giving New Zealanders a chance to build houses affordably, build places to live and thrive affordably, and I commend this bill to the House.
Andy Foster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I'm delighted to rise to support this bill. We all know that the cost of building in New Zealand is far, far too high. And we also know that we need far more housing. But I think we're a little discordant about that because sometimes we hear people say that we're investing too much in bricks and mortar and yet we need more housing. And I don't quite get that. And then there are policy changes which some people would propose which actually make investing in housing for homes for people even more expensive. Look, Madam Speaker, there was a report earlier this week which said that the gap between building new and existing housing is as big as it's ever been, possibly bigger than it's ever been, because the cost of building has gone up and up and up, 30 or 40% over the last, 4 or 5 years at most, and the value of existing housing has effectively flatlined and certainly come down in recent years. What that means is it becomes less and less attractive to build the homes that we need. And look, Madam Speaker, there is no silver bullet here, but this bill is part of the answer. And there's great work being done by the Minister in introducing it. So we need regulatory changes, a little bit's been talked about there. We need things like the Granny Flats initiative that's been taken, and we also need new products. And already Minister Penk has been working on that, and this is about allowing new products into our market as part of the answer. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, what we have to do, regardless of anything else we might do, is we have to get the actual cost of building new homes, of building construction down. Building materials in this country are extraordinarily pricey, and I think we all recognise, the cost of timber here is, 30% more, something like that, 30% more than the cost across the Tasman. That is a real handbrake. We're all aware of during COVID, of the crisis we had around being able to find jib. And that, of course, that actually stalled a lot of building projects, and the cost was astronomical. It was like you had to put your name down to get a piece of jib board because we couldn't find the darn stuff. And the Commerce Commission in the introduction to this bill has said that we have a lack of competition in our building supply market. So this bill is all about bringing in more competition. It's about the arrangements to be able to allow us to get building products that currently we can't get. They're products produced overseas. And one of the things, Madam Speaker, we have in this country is we have this terrible penchant for reinventing everywhere. We've got to say, well, it works that way in Australia or in the United Kingdom or in Europe or in the United States or whatever it might be, but we've got to reinvent that wheel just to check that it works properly here. Well, this bill is about saying, actually, let's grow up a little bit, and let's be able to give the Minister, give MB the power to be able to say, actually, that regime, that product, that family of products is a good regime, a good family of products, and we are going to allow those products into New Zealand to be able to be used. Madam Speaker, I was shown the other day a Chinese building product. This was one where these were prefabricated homes, which they came in. There was actually two per container, and you brought them in, and you're actually able to sort of extend them, put them up there. They had their own, all the kitchen material was there, all the bathroom fittings were there, and they could do that. And I think it was 36 square metres for $49,000. I think it was really, really inexpensive. The people who were wanting to bring these in looked at the cost of doing that in New Zealand, and it was about $90-something thousand without all the fit out. Wow. That is an example of the relative costs of being able to do this. Problem is, none of our councils will consent them. Why? Because they haven't seen the product. And so we have to get ourselves a regime which says, how can we bring in those products which, if they're good products, we think they're good products, be able to bring them in and be able to house New Zealand families much cheaper than is currently the case. And Madam Speaker, like my colleague Cam Luxton, I also went to the presentation earlier today from the New Zealand-China building construction sector, and I think some really great messages from that. And so, Madam Speaker, just to finish off with, one of the other things which I don't think has been mentioned by any of the previous speakers is an important part of this bill. with my local authority background, local authorities are very, very risk averse, because if they end up being the last person standing when something goes wrong, the cost is astronomical. And so part of this bill is about saying that essentially the Crown is saying to you, if you use in good faith a product which the Crown has said is a product which should be being able to be used, you won't be liable for that. And I think that's a very, very important message. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the submissions and I look forward to the very good Transport and Infrastructure Committee considering this bill. I commend this bill to the House.
Madam Speaker.
Grant McCullum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure I rise to speak on this bill. And I'm particularly, I'm not of the great, I've been read some great comments by a number of speakers before this. We all understand the cost of building in New Zealand has got far too expensive. And it's brought to sharp focus when you drive around an electorate like mine in Northland, where we have a real housing challenges in the north. And being able to actually build affordable homes, which is what this government is very much focused on, and this is part of the journey that our government is taking us on, is so important, particularly for a place like Northland, where we have so many people living in substandard housing. And so being able to go to the market and say, yes, we can get products cheaper. I mean, the fact that we've had a 41% increase in construction costs since 2019 is disgraceful. It's just very, very frustrating. We have to bring more competition into this process. And then and also when you think about it, the cost of building in New Zealand is currently around about 50% more expensive to buy and build a standalone house than in Australia. So you wonder why our young people are saying, no, stuff this, we're off to Aussie. Well, this is a part of the puzzle to actually lead us to a more affordable housing market, and I commend this bill to the House.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As was noted earlier, the Labor Party supports this bill, and the approach that we are taking to when it comes to housing and building and construction is that we intend and genuinely hope to be able to be as constructive as possible. For two reasons. One, it is vitally important that we finally get on top of the housing shortage in this country. It cannot drag on. There have been genuine attempts to address it. There have been less so genuine attempts, and this wax and wane carry on can't continue. So we as a party have committed to be constructive on the issue. Where there is something that we agree on, we will say so. And where there is something that is in the right direction, there or thereabouts, could do with some improvements, we'll approach the debate in that manner. And then, when we genuinely, fundamentally disagree on something, and we say so, hopefully people will see it in that vein, that it is not politicking, that it is we just don't agree because we have taken the opportunity to be constructive elsewhere. Today is the day where we can be constructive. We have no opposition to this, and it's good. It's good. It builds on what was started under the last government, and I think when you consider the uncertainty that surrounds the infrastructure sector and the construction sector at the moment, the pleas from local government and from those two sectors for some level of certainty and some level of bipartisan approach, it's important that both sides of the House recognise that, as was referred to in the previous speech, this is a journey. This builds on stuff we've done, and when we were in government, we built on some stuff that the previous government had done, and that's how it should work. But part of that is actually acknowledging it, not saying, isn't it great that we've got a bill here, but while I say that, I'm going to have just a little cheap shot at those guys because I can, and that's what we normally do. Just forget that. This is a good state. This is a good approach to this. But let's be honest, and in fairness, they haven't said this, but we must acknowledge it. It's not a silver bullet, because there's no such thing as a silver bullet when it comes to addressing the housing crisis. We've been very critical of what the government is doing around social housing. We believe that they're taking the wrong approach. When it comes to freeing up land for building, that's good. That's real good. But we also recognise that many councils don't have the funding to be able to put the infrastructure in beforehand. And so that is one where we would like to see some tweaks. We'd like the assistance of funding to come at the start of the process so we can get some infrastructure put in at the start, and that'll mean that land will be able to be developed rather than at the end, because some councils can't bridge that gap. When it comes to this does make sense. And many of the points that have been raised by previous speakers across the House, so let's be honest, so far it has been across the House, are all valid. There are some concerns, of course there will be, because we're trying something different, but you've got to give it a go. You've got to give it a go. We've all heard too many stories where people who have saved up a lot of money to buy a home or build a home have been frustrated by the cost, have been frustrated by the processes of councils, and that the inconsistencies across the councils. Basically, if you look at the number of local bodies that we have in this country, it has the potential to be that many different approaches when it comes to getting a consent for building a house, and that's madness. And it would be remiss of me to point out that I think we missed an opportunity for not taking seriously the recommendations that came from the review from the future of local government. Sure, you're never going to agree to all the recommendations. There was some stuff in there that I didn't agree with, but there was some stuff around that would have actually dealt with that inconsistent approach across the board around we need it easy. It shouldn't be a case that in the lower North Island, if you were a contractor and you were operating across the lower North Island, that you could potentially be looking at 8, 9, 10 different ways of doing things. I mean, that's just madness. And that should have been dealt with, and I hope the government looks at that again. But this here will actually address that to some degree, because some councils were so prescriptive in the type of material that they were using that it was actually cutting out those options. And so we were dealing with that, and this adds to that. And I think it's a positive. I'm confident that it will make a difference. There's a lot to do, and I hope that the government ministers are genuine in their calls for bipartisan, because in this area, so are we.
Tom Rutherford.
Madam Chair, competition for the supply of building products in New Zealand is not working as well as it could be. And New Zealand is a small trading nation, Madam Speaker. Removing barriers to high quality and innovative products entering the New Zealand market could increase consumer choice, increase competition, and provide greater security against supply disruptions. And amending this bill will provide for the Minister of Building and Construction by notice, recognising overseas standards or standards certification schemes. Madam Speaker, we have a massive housing crisis in this country, and this bill is going to enable that change and for us to deliver on providing more houses in the country and bring in overseas products that we know meet our standards, and I commend the bill to the House.
The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you. Thank you to Mr Speaker for taking my call. On this Overseas Building Project Standards and Certification Schemes Amendment Bill. Now, I'm just going to say some similar things actually that we've heard from colleagues across the House, as Honourable Kieran McNulty just pointed out. Of course, one of the first things is, like my colleague Aruna Williams pointed out, that it's important to acknowledge the Commerce Commission report that led to some of this work. And like everybody else who has spoken, I agree that there is a problem in New Zealand with not enough building materials being available and them costing too much. Now, I just want to talk briefly on the bill and note that the Minister in his contribution said, he didn't explain which ones were which, but that some countries are better than others in terms of building standards, and the reference, I think, was that some buildings have higher building standards than New Zealand and excellent building products, and some are not quite so good. So why this is relevant, Mr Chair, is that a lot of this bill hinges on the word similar. And that is because the Overseas Standards Organisation is defined as means an overseas organisation with functions similar to the Standards Organisation. So I have no bones to pick with the use of the word similar, but I hope that the Select Committee, when they're looking at this, will reflect on and ask questions about what sort of overseas standards organisations are similar to New Zealand, and even which ones are not similar to New Zealand, given what the Minister said about some countries having different standards from others, and I don't disagree with that at all. Also, I would like to note that the previous government was doing the Building Accord and the Industry Transformation Plan, and I would say to the government, when they are looking at the price of buildings and how to build in more efficient ways, that they go back to these pieces of work. They are good pieces of work, and we're going to improve New Zealand's economy. Also, like the point that our colleague Honourable Julianne Genter made about the Building for Climate work that was going on, and also work that can go on in encouraging people not to have a whole lot of construction waste. We know that that's one of the by scale, by the size of it, construction waste is quite large, obviously, that we have an awful lot of construction waste in New Zealand, and if you have the right incentives, you really don't need to have that much waste, and you can save a whole lot of money on disposal of the waste as well. So I'd really encourage the government to continue with that work. And of course, looking at the building code, we have an interesting building code in New Zealand, and I know the Green Building Council, the New Zealand Green Building Council, has been talking for some time, for many years, about how that could be improved to really prioritise products that are going to last for a long time and insulate people well, but also allow for ventilation, another important thing when building. Also want to acknowledge Honourable Julianne Genter's contribution when she was talking about the procurement of government builds. Of course, if we're trying to change the system, if we're trying to enable new innovative products that are going to do better for both us economically and environmentally, government can be leading the charge on that. And I know that Minister Mark Cameron is very committed to wool and the provision of wool in government buildings, and that sort of attitude can be taken to other building products as well. And I just note that in going back to New Zealand made products, that we think it's important and that the Select Committee looks at this, that New Zealand companies that are being innovative aren't cut out of the market. So we know that Hamilton has the Startup Safe Board made from recycled waste, and that this is a recognised plasterboard substitution in our domestic market. And we can see that, Mr Chair, if we go out of the back door of this building and look at that building site, that there is a whole lot of safe board up there at the moment. So again, encourage the government and members of the Select Committee who will be looking at this bill to make sure that innovation isn't stifled and to do better in that regard generally.
Mr. Speaker.
Nancy Liu.
谢谢你，议长先生. Well, we clearly have the problem in New Zealand, as the Right Honourable Prime Minister Christopher Luxon said a bit earlier this year. It is currently 50% more expensive to build a standalone home in New Zealand than in Australia. Also, by our Building Construction Minister, Honourable Chris Pink, who have said the cost of building in New Zealand had gone up by 41% since 2019. And also, thanks to the New Zealand Chinese Building Industry Association, Southland, who not only commissioned the research into this industry and sector in New Zealand, but also working with officials, departments, and also the government by commissioning and highlighting the findings that they have in this report, and actually brought to our attention in Parliament today, that they have done the word cloud like many of my colleagues have attended today, which clearly showed the concerns in the sector: expensive, hard, struggling, unsure, delays, slow, cost. Clearly, the problem has been identified by the government, but also by the sector. So we are working towards solving the problem, finding better solutions. So I invite Kiwis to submit in the Select Committee process, and I look forward to the cross-party collaboration in making a real progress in this sector. And I commend this bill to the House. 谢谢.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Building Overseas Building Products Standards and Certification Schemes Amendment Bill, first reading.
The Question is that the Overseas Building Products Standards and Certification Schemes Amendment Bill be considered by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Call on Government Order of the Day number 2.
Arms, Shooting Clubs, Shooting Ranges and Other Matters Amendment Bill, first reading.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Nicole McKee.
Mr Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Arms, Shooting Clubs, Shooting Ranges and Other Matters Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the Arms, Shooting Clubs, Shooting Ranges and Other Matters Amendment Bill now be read a first time. I nominate the Justice Committee to consider the bill, and at the appropriate time I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 4 months and 1 day after the bill has received its first reading. Mr Speaker, I'm pleased to be in the House today speaking about this bill. This bill forms phase 2 of the government's 4-phased approach to firearms reform. Mr Speaker, shooting clubs and ranges play an important public safety role in our communities. They are places for people to learn how to operate and handle firearms safely, as well as to practice and to compete. Amendments made to the Arms Act 1983 in 2020 changed the way that clubs and ranges were regulated. Clubs are now required to be approved and ranges certified. These new requirements came at an increased cost and time commitment for operators, many of whom are volunteers. Some of these changes have been positive, but others have gone way beyond what is necessary for public safety. And we are now at risk of losing safe venues for licence holders to use firearms safely due to overly burdensome regulatory requirements. This bill will simplify the regulation of pistol and non-pistol clubs and ranges and ease the burden on operators without negatively impacting public safety outcomes. Mr Speaker, this bill amends Part 6 of the Act to improve how clubs and ranges are regulated. The changes will ease the burden on clubs and range operators while continuing to enhance public safety outcomes. The First Amendment relates to pistol clubs and ranges. The bill maintains the current regulatory requirements, recognising the higher regulatory standards associated with pistols, but will streamline the annual reporting requirements. This change will avoid unnecessary duplication of administrative activities and reduce the time operators spend on requirements that do not enhance public safety. The bill will also amend some regulatory requirements that apply to non-pistol clubs and ranges. This is to reduce the compliance burden on operators where there is no tangible benefit to public safety. Firstly, the bill will introduce a streamlined enrolment system to replace the current approval and certification system for non-pistol clubs and ranges. These enrolment systems are designed to ensure that the regulator has the information necessary to ensure public safety, while reducing excessive costs for the operators and making compliance more straightforward. The second change is related to incorporation requirements. Currently, non-pistol clubs are required to be incorporated if they sell ammunition and firearms. The bill proposes that non-pistol clubs will not need to be incorporated if all ammunition sold on behalf of the club is used on the day of the sale and at the club range. They are not to be taken off the premises. The bill will also support the ability for clubs to establish and operate temporary non-pistol ranges to host club events.
providing that the regulator is notified. This is particularly good news for clubs hosting large national, regional or international competitions. And finally, the bill will provide certainty about when compliance inspections for both pistol and non-pistol clubs and ranges can occur. It will clarify the role of the regulator in encouraging compliance for non-pistol clubs and the powers for monitoring and enforcement in relation to non-pistol ranges. These changes will ensure that clubs and ranges are not unduly burdened with compliance requirements while incentivising operators to maintain high safety standards. Further amendments to requirements agreed to by Cabinet earlier this year will be made by order in Council to the regulations once the bill is passed. For example, amendments will be made to the annual 12-event participation requirement for pistol endorsement holders. Once these regulations are in place, attendance at any organised shooting event in the host club's calendar will count towards these 12 annual shoots. Currently, only those undertaken at the pistol shooter's home club count, which was nonsensical considering pistol shooters regularly travel to compete. In addition, the bill contains provisions to reflect Cabinet's decision to transfer the administrative function for the Act from police to the Justice portfolio. To reflect this, the bill will provide me with regulation-making powers to recommend policy changes to Cabinet as we progress the reform. I will carry out public consultation in accordance with Section 74(4) of the Act before seeking Cabinet's endorsement on any policy changes. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we have firearm laws that improve public safety, are practical and make compliance straightforward. These laws should also support clubs and ranges to continue to operate safe and controlled environments where people can learn about firearms, practice firearms safely and compete. I look forward to hearing from New Zealanders across the country through the Select Committee process, and I hope everyone takes this opportunity to have their voices heard. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Honourable Jenny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On March 15th, a terrorist practised on a gun range in Dunedin. He didn't break any rules and no one went to the police. At that stage in New Zealand's history, pistol clubs were lightly regulated and non-pistol clubs were self-regulated. In the aftermath of his killing of 51 people, regulations for clubs and ranges were tightened up right across New Zealand. There was a consistent standard nationwide. This was to ensure public safety and to ensure the safety of those who used guns on ranges. The Firearms Safety Authority had oversight of pistol and non-pistol ranges. What we do know is once they did get oversight, that 267 safety improvement notices were issued to the the pistol clubs for failing to meet safety standards in the past. This would be to do with ballistics. So if they were shooting in areas where people could be horse riding or bike riding, they had to make improvements to change those ranges to make them safe. Let's remember that that is for the pistol ranges. The non-pistol are still under review. That work has not been done for the non-pistol ranges. So this crucial information that 267 improvement notices were issued by police did not make it into the Cabinet paper which made these decisions. Nicole McKee, and it's been published in the Herald, stated that she did not provide that in her Cabinet paper, and she said to Cabinet that there was nothing to indicate that any safety issues under the previous system and she failed to include the information about the 267 improvement notices that have been issued. That vital information was missing from the Cabinet paper that made the decision to deregulate gun ranges in New Zealand that we are now considering, and that is a very serious concern for all New Zealanders and our police service who are in line for dealing with this and mopping up. Nicole McKee is unwinding all this, and the reason is that there is a risk, and the risk is that gun ranges could close, that this level of regulation might close gun ranges, and that's a real concern. The Ministry of Justice and the Regulatory Impact Statement have been very clear in stating that this is an assumption. There is absolutely no information or no evidence to demonstrate that this is a realistic threat. The proposals in this legislation try to give the impression that there is regulatory oversight, but severely undermine the ability of New Zealand Police to regulate and monitor and enforce the safety at shooting clubs and ranges. There are no compliance tools of any kind, no penalty provisions, and for refusing access to inspect ranges. The public and law-abiding users of shooting ranges can have absolutely no confidence that the range in their neighbourhood is operating safely. The bill is also half the story, Mr Chair, as all the other work goes on in the regulations. There is a complete lack of detail about how the new enrolment system will work. It is assumed it will be spelled out in the technical regulations, which we are yet to see. This takes us back to pre-2019. And on top of this, there is a new requirement, a new pop-up rifle range that can be enrolled and certified if they hold only 2 events a year. The bill only states that police must be notified and gives police no follow-up powers of inspection or certification. The Wild West is coming to a backyard near you, ladies and gentlemen. There is nothing in the bill to specify the format that police must be notified, and it is assumed that this detail is yet to come. I'll conclude, Mr Chair, by talking about the consultation. The Regulatory Impact Statement states that the consultation was rushed, it was skewed towards the firearms users, with 91% of submissions coming from firearms groups. What other sector in New Zealand gets to write its own safety rules like this? It wouldn't happen in maritime or rail or any other recreational sport or area. Well, this is firearms we're talking about as well. 91% of submissions came from the firearms community. There are 230,000 licence holders, which is around 4% of the population. And the minister responsible for all of this work is a member of the Wellington branch of the Deerstalkers Association, which makes her automatically a member of COLFO. And so what we have is a member of a coalition of licensed firearm owners writing the rules and regulations for ranges in New Zealand that only cater to that firearms community. The safety of New Zealanders, the safety of our communities are coming second. The gun lobby and gun mates are being put ahead of our communities, and it's time we called it out loud and clear.
Mr Speaker.
Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Arms, Shooting Clubs, Shooting Ranges and Other Matters Amendment Bill purports to support public safety outcomes by improving compliance with the Arms Act 1983. And Mr Speaker, firearm ownership is a privilege, it's not a right. And as a firearm owner, I certainly do not support relaxing controls, and most other Kiwis do not support relaxing controls either. This bill, the Arms, Shooting Clubs, Shooting Ranges and Other Matters Amendment Bill, will do the opposite to what it purports to do. And too often in this House, I get the feeling that I'm in George Orwell's book, 1984, because this bill is a typical example of doublethink. And to quote Orwell, doublethink means the power of holding 2 contradictory beliefs in one's mind simultaneously and accepting both of them. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. And that really applies to this bill, because this bill reduces regulation and inspection requirements for shooting clubs and ranges. And is that dangerous or good? We have to ask that question, because the claim is that this is helpful and it's going to be good for communities, that are suffering under too tight regulations. But if I understand why anyone might think this is, I want to understand why anyone might think this is a good thing, I think back to pre-1990, firearms were essentially a tool for people who lived rurally to take care of pests, to go hunting, and those few city dwellers who like to go out hunting. Mostly good, responsible people. But we're no longer there. We're no longer in 1990 or the 1980s. And I remember the Aramoana massacre on the 13th of November 1990. 13 people killed, including a local police officer. That killer was shot and was actually operated on by my father-in-law. It was a really difficult moral decision, I understand. Didn't survive. So what's the danger? How about making it easy to sell ammunition in gun clubs and rifle ranges? Is that going to be a risk to anyone? Well, of course it is. Of course it is. You just need to think about how informal gun clubs are. And anyone who has been to a gun range, knows that there can be a degree of informality and relaxation, and a good bloke, someone presenting as a good bloke, might be handed or might be sold some ammunition even if they don't have a firearms license. These are the risks of informality. So perhaps we should be including in this bulletproof backpacks for children, if that's what we're going to do. If we're going to allow gun clubs to sell, unincorporated gun clubs to sell ammunition, perhaps we should have bulletproof backpacks for children. This is what this bill is putting on us. It is putting us in a really, really risky place, because what it does is take away oversight and controls in places where firearms are discharged. We know the Christchurch mosque gunman was able to practice in a very informal gun club. That was near where I live, in the Bruce Rifle Club near Milton and Otago. And what this legislation does is open us up to unnecessary risk. So when regulations are strengthened, as they were after the Christchurch massacre, it was found that many gun clubs were non-compliant. Since then, police have issued 251 improvement notices. This is a good thing. This makes sure that people are doing things correctly. Now, I'm certainly not someone who thinks that we should take away the right to sight in our rifles, to make sure that we are taking care of our rifles, but we need to do so in a controlled environment. We need to do so in a respectful environment. We certainly need to do so in a way that provides safety and reassurance to the wider community that they are not going to come to harm because we are letting people who, with bad intentions, have access to firearms, have access to ammunition, and can train and practice to conduct massacres, just as we've seen in Christchurch, just as we've seen in Aramoana.
James Meagher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Chair of the Justice Committee, I'm sure the whole committee looks forward to considering this bill when it comes through to us shortly. Mr. Speaker, the bill is a pretty straightforward bill. It is aiming to improve the safety and compliance of firearms regulation on shooting clubs and shooting ranges. I think some of the rhetoric that we've heard already in the first couple of speeches is going to be entirely unhelpful as we consider this bill over the next 4 months. And I would caution all members who are making contributions to be somewhat more considerate in their viewpoints and the allegations that are being made around here. The last thing we need is to heighten the debate on these issues with miscellaneous and somewhat outrageous accusations. So as the Chair of the committee, I look forward to hearing the submissions on this bill. I would encourage, as I have mentioned previously, for all those who are out there listening who are making submissions, to use the formal process, to use the parliamentary website so that we can process these submissions in a timely and orderly manner. I look forward to the debate on this as it goes through, and I commend the bill to the House.
Tanya Unkovic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to give a small contribution in support of the Arms Shooting Clubs, Shooting Ranges and Other Matters Amendment Bill in the name of the Honourable, the member who has actually just left. So this bill, Mr. Speaker, I must admit, is something that is brought me back to thinking of growing up on the farm, when for us growing up there were no rules and regulations. We went out and found a tree, and we saw a few accidents at the time, but it is now time for a safe and controlled environment. And what this bill will do is amend legislation which will relate to the clubs and ranges, and it will also redefine some things, being pistol shooting and non-pistol shooting ranges. So some of these amendments, Mr. Speaker, we see are just common sense, and they will ensure to help to reduce any gun-related accidents. It's also, as the Speaker who was introducing the bill said, is there a tangible benefit to public safety by having this in legislation? And I see that that is a good question to ask when legislation is being made. So I will keep this short, Mr. Speaker, and on behalf of New Zealand First, commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. I will invite the member to, I didn't want to interrupt, to not read quite so much of her speeches in the future. It's just you're a good speaker, and get some confidence about leaving those notes behind. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Kia ora tātou katoa. It is a public safety issue. It's a huge public safety issue. But if you don't talk to the public, then you're not going to understand and know what's going on. Going just to the guys or the gals that, you know, have a holster and love the gun and talk about that and worship it and so on, you're not going to understand the real issues that go on in the minds of families, regular families that live in regular streets, that want to feel and know that they are safe from this kind of legislation. Now, the loosening of it, I mean, it's not, this is the loosening of regulations has to be a huge concern for every single person in this House. And to dismiss it as if, well, you know, the gun lobbyist knows what she's talking about, so let's just let him make those decisions, shall we? That is a huge risk, that is negligent, and wake up to that fact. Tātou mai, wake up to it. It's a gun, right? Why? So might have been middle of last year, Mr. Speaker, we had a gentleman roll into, two of our whānau going to check out a house in Whangarei, in the Whangarei Heads area, ended up being shot by the gentleman that was living in that house. Now, from what I understand, nobody, I mean, he seemed like a regular guy, you know, so regular. They arrived, check out the facility, shot the mother, shot the daughter, burnt the house down, and he died. So these very current and real and tragic stories are in the minds and in the fear of people and families and whānau and their mokopuna that want to feel safe. And this kind of legislation, loosening of these regulations, is negligent, and it'll be detrimental, and we completely object and oppose it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Cameron Brewer.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this first reading. These changes are part of our coalition government's plan to reform the 41-year-old Arms Act. We collectively want to modernise the Act so that it's fit for purpose for public safety with the best regulatory practice in place. Like our Chair on Justice, James Meagher, said, we look forward to submitters, we look forward to their submissions, and we look forward to a conversation in the Justice Select Committee that's based on the facts and not on inflammatory rhetoric. I commend the bill.
Chair.
The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It speaks volumes that that member, all he could really say is that this is part of our coalition plan. I have strong views about this kind of liberalisation of what I thought was a very good cross-party consensus on firearms being watered down. I was there in Christchurch on March 15. I was in the square when a School Kids for Climate Change march was dispersed. I was there when kids were cowering in my office with me, afraid because they didn't know what was going on, you know. And then I came back to this house and we worked hard and quickly to reach a good arrangement that saw more stringent rules around firearms, military-style semi-automatics and gun ranges. And that party over there on the other side of the house supported that, and we worked very cooperatively. And we listened, we consulted widely, and I want to tell you something. We went around the country and listened to whoever wanted to speak to us. And I remember distinctly, because I was on the select committee, I remember distinctly going to the Sudima Hotel in Christchurch, out by the airport, and listening to numerous submissions while there were some protesters outside. Gun lobbyists. Do you know who was out there on the front lawn of the Sudima Hotel? Nicole McKee. So anyone who tells me she is not a gun lobbyist is deeply mistaken. She is deep in, and go and have a look at her Facebook page. She's got a post up there with some people from the Muslim community, but the rest of them are her at antique gun shows, deer stalking shows, rifle ranges. She is deep into the rifle and gun community. She does not have a balanced view. And this is who is leading the Arms Act reform. I've got no problem with, as the Green member said, I heard his speech, guns have a place in our community. But let's not pretend that they can't be harmful, that there aren't significant dangers in there. And the idea that you can have gun ranges which are largely unregulated, in fact just self-regulated, where you can go along with your firearms, buy a bit of ammo, and I heard the minister's speech, she said they have to use it all on the range. Who's counting? Who's caring? Who's keeping records? I'll tell you who. Absolutely no one. So this is just it's actually the second step, and I listened to the minister say, don't worry, we're going to consult. We're going to consult under section 74.4 of the Arms Act. Well, she's already passed regulations and said she consulted, because that regulation says, that section of the Arms Act says you consult with who you think it's practicable to consult with. Who did she think it was practicable to consult with? Her mates. That's right, Glenn Bennett. Her mates who are also gun nuts. And it is absolutely appalling that this government, that party over there in particular, is being led by the nose, because that's the price of power. And if the price of power is to liberalise gun laws to lead to the kind of tragedies that we've seen in Christchurch, in Aramoana and elsewhere, then we're in a sad, sad state indeed. No one's saying the Arms Act isn't old, but let's not pretend this is some kind of modernisation. This is a program of radical liberalisation of gun laws, and the National Party's complicit in the ACT Party's program.
Paulo Garcia.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the Arms Amendment Bill. The bill seeks to simplify regulation of a 40-year-old law. It simplifies regulation and distinguishes between pistol club and non-pistol clubs, and pistol ranges and non-pistol ranges, ensuring that regulation is able to be implemented well. The bill, Mr. Speaker, also is, as my colleague Cameron Brewer has said, part of a suite of legislation that this government is putting in place that seeks to support and promote public safety outcomes throughout New Zealand. This is part of a series of legislation that we have put together and are carrying out, including gang legislation, sentencing reform, and rehabilitation in corrections. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Tracy McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening to some contributions and also recalling the day that I think was the impetus for a lot of the changes, the good changes that we had made in March in Christchurch when the terrorist attack happened. And I too, like the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, was in town in the middle of the CBD with the climate, the school strike for climate change, and had only got a couple of blocks away from that event when I heard all the sirens and all the commotion, and I think it was kind of quite natural to think that something had happened there, and it took a few minutes to realise what indeed had happened and the enormity of what had happened. And whilst all tragedies are unspeakable, and the images that you may create in your mind wondering what had happened and filling in the gaps, I don't think anything could have prepared me for the fact that a terrorist had literally taken a vile weapon and a inhumane weapon and an inhumane intentionality and cut down so many people, which is deplorable. Mr. Speaker, as has been said, as we've made some contributions on this side of the House, it really is just back to the old days, the bad old days of self-regulation and no regulation at all at shooting clubs and shooting ranges. And I think that it's very easy for the Minister to position this particular bill as a small step, but like all changes in direction and like all ideological missteps, often they come in small steps, and each of those small steps add up to something quite grotesque and quite dangerous, and this is certainly a subject matter that is heading in that direction. The public safety risks of this were highlighted as has been traversed by the Royal Commission inquiry into the terrorist attacks in Christchurch, and we know that they're currently subject to a coroner's inquiry. And what the Minister is effectively saying is that the changes that were made in 2019 and the changes that were made in 2020 that were part of a consolidative process that, as my colleague said, where people had the opportunity to provide their views, where experts from a cross-section of New Zealand were able to have their views represented, and that culminated in what I think were really good changes that were really celebrated, that were regarded as swift and powerful leadership, where the rest of the world said, gosh, there's New Zealand suffers a tragedy and actually has the foresight and has the fortitude and has the leadership in place to do something profound about it. And I certainly remember lots of media at the time commending us for that. So to take us backwards, as so much of the government's agenda is doing on this particular issue, is completely galling. Mr. Speaker, we have also heard that the bill creates multiple loopholes for gang members and extremists alike in particular to exploit, and that's not something to take lightly. It's all very well thinking that self-regulation and loosening up of rules in service of a essential, lobbying activity is okay because you regard yourself as a safety expert. But being a safety expert and then removing safety requirements from shooting clubs and from shooting ranges, which, let's not forget, is exactly the environment and exactly the place where the Christchurch terrorist practiced, essentially, before turning his gun on real people. And doing that in the name of safety just feels like another kick in the guts, to be honest. The changes also create a frightening precedent for landowners who might find pop-up rifle shooting ranges all over their back fence. The bill risks the ability of the police or the firearms regulator to enforce any safety oversight or even inspect the facilities. And it really does have that Wild West feel to it, doesn't it, when you start to visualise and imagine the circumstances that those landowners could find themselves in. So it feels like there is a certain amount of outrage on this side of the House about this particular bill, and rightly so, and it's an outrage that I think we all share, and it feels as if it's very well directed at a minister who we don't think is moving this in the right direction, and we don't commend this bill to the House.
Speaker.
Rema Nakli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the first reading of the Arms, Shooting Clubs, Shooting Ranges and Other Matters Amendment Bill. This is a government bill in the name of the Honourable Nicole McKee, our very hard-working minister. That's to my right, the Associate Minister of Justice, indeed, Mr. Speaker. And this amendment that we're having a kōrero on today, it's part of the ACT National Party Coalition Agreement, and National supports this bill, Mr. Speaker. We support it for a number of reasons, but first I'd like to direct the attention of listeners from home as to what those that just tuned in right now, as to what the essential purpose of this bill is, Mr. Speaker. And this bill aims to support public safety outcomes by improving, in our strong opinion, compliance with the Arms Act 1983, Mr. Speaker. And how we feel this is going to happen is by simplifying the regulatory requirements for non-pistol shooting clubs and ranges and changing some, not all, but some of the requirements in relation to inspections. Mr. Speaker, the Act currently requires all shooting clubs to hold a certificate of approval issued by the Commissioner of Police, the Commissioner for our references, and for all shooting ranges to be certified by the Commissioner. Now, what this bill aims to do, Mr. Speaker, one of the things it aims to do is to create a distinction and indeed different levels of regulation between pistol shooting clubs and non-pistol shooting clubs, and between pistol shooting ranges and non-pistol shooting ranges. Now, this distinction, Mr. Speaker, what it does, it recognises that due to the ability to conceal them, pistols are more strictly regulated than non-pistols, and licence holders must hold an endorsement on their licence that means they are eligible to apply for a permit to possess a pistol. These are additional to processes that are not required for possessing non-pistols. Mr. Speaker, I know there's been some strong words utilised tonight, this afternoon, with respect to the different views about, in particular, the dissenting views with respect to this bill. But what I'd like to do, Mr. Speaker, is just bring us back to some of those key messages. Yes. Now, these changes are part of the government's plan to reform the 40-year-old Arms Act. And the reason why we want to modernise this Act, Mr. Speaker, is so that it is fit for public safety and the best regulatory practice. And I'm proud of the fact that our government has been doing quite a lot in the law and order arena, and this is one of them indeed. But some of the actions that we've taken recently that I'm particularly proud of is banning the gang insignia in public places. And if we can just remind the House that last week, the Labour Party, as much as I respect many of its members, did not vote for this bill. And I know people in Takanini spoke to me over the weekend saying they were actually horrified that some parties did not vote for the gangs legislation. We're giving police the power to issue dispersal notices to get rid of these groups that are intimidating many people, families with little children. They feel they can't even go out and enjoy their Sundays, Mr. Speaker. Another thing we're doing, which I'm really proud of, is we're introducing powers for courts to issue non-consenting orders with respect to this gang bill, Mr. Speaker. We're introducing sentencing reforms. We are doing so much
the member's
in the
not
law
only
and
reading,
order
the
arena.
member is not only reading her speeches, she's also drifting quite
My
far
apologies.
away from the bill. So can I ask you to address both?
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill, this amendment bill, is just another one of the suite of changes we're doing in the law and order arena that we're very proud of, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
14 opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
Darlene Tana.
1 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed.
Arms, Shooting Clubs, Shooting Ranges and Other Matters Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Arms, Shooting Clubs, Shooting Ranges and Other Matters Amendment Bill be considered by the Justice Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Honourable Nicole McKee.
I move that the Arms, Shooting Clubs, Shooting Ranges and Other Matters Amendment Bill be reported to the House by 4 months and 1 day after the bill has received its first reading.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
Darlene Tana.
1 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Call on government orders of the day, numbers 3 and 4.
Budapest Convention and Related Matters Legislation Amendment Bill, first reading. International Treaty Examination of the Council of Europe Convention on Cybercrime.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present a legislative statement on the Budapest Convention and Related Matters Legislation Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published on the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Budapest Convention and Related Matters Legislation Amendment Bill be now read a first time and that the report of the Justice Committee be noted. I nominate the Justice Committee to consider the bill because they don't have enough work on currently, Mr. Speaker, and at the appropriate time I also intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 1 March. Sir, this bill is a key step towards acceding to the Budapest Convention, the Council of Europe's Silent Convention on Cybercrime. Cybercrime, of course, poses a significant threat to the public. According to the Ministry of Justice's New Zealand Crime and Victim Survey, 11% of New Zealanders were victims of fraud and cybercrime in 2023. This causes significant financial and emotional harm. Combating cybercrime, however, is not something we can do alone. Offenders work across international borders, hiding behind the anonymity of the internet. Stopping them is only possible if we work together with other countries across the globe. It is my hope also, Mr. Speaker, that we can work together on these issues across this House. Acceding to the Budapest Convention demonstrates our commitment to joining this fight. Most of our closest international partners are already parties to the Convention. By joining them, we signal to them that we take cybercrime seriously and we are prepared to do our part to eliminate it. Acceding will also help our law enforcement agencies to protect New Zealanders, making it easier to request assistance in gathering this evidence, especially digital evidence that is stored overseas. Access to this evidence can be crucial to the successful detection, investigation and prosecution of crimes of all kind, not just cybercrimes. And of course, you know a thing or two about detecting crimes of all kind, Mr. Speaker, so no doubt you'll follow this with interest. However, we can not accede, as you will appreciate, unless our domestic legislation aligns with the requirements of the Convention. That is the very purpose of this bill. Sir, one of the most significant changes that the bill makes is to amend the Search and Surveillance Act to bring in a new tool for law enforcement called a preservation direction. Preservation directions will protect vulnerable evidence, such as digital records, from being deleted or destroyed before law enforcement can seize them. The records held by banks and telcos, or telecommunications companies, can be valuable evidence for the police, but they are often routinely deleted as part of data storage or data minimisation policies. Preservation directions will enable law enforcement agencies to require the person or company who holds a specific document to preserve it for a set period of time while they go through the steps necessary to seize the document as evidence. In limited circumstances, where the relevant document is a record or telecommunication, the company may also be required to help identify other companies who hold relevant records, or who may hold relevant records. Importantly, sir, however, the bill does not require that the document itself be handed over to law enforcement. That process for obtaining the actual content of customer records remains subject to all existing safeguards. We are simply ensuring that valuable evidence cannot disappear while this process is being undertaken. Preservation directions will be available for both domestic and foreign investigations as required by the Budapest Convention. Sir, the bill also amends further the Search and Surveillance Act to create new offences to prevent the disclosure of information that could prejudice criminal investigations. It will be an offence for anyone required to preserve documents by a preservation direction to disclose that the preservation direction exists. Similarly, where police have a warrant to undertake surveillance, it will be an offence for anyone who assists them to carry out that warrant to disclose that it exists. These provisions are required by the Convention, but they're also good sense, sir, because they recognise that nobody wants a criminal to be tipped off that they're being watched by the police before the police are good and ready. To prevent unnecessary restrictions on freedom of expression, the bill contains provisions that mean that these offences may no longer apply where there is no longer a risk of prejudice to the investigation. So a proportionate response, a justified limitation, as my friend and colleague and the chair of the Justice Committee, James Meagher, points out. Sir, the bill also amends the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, the legislation that governs the assistance that we give other countries on criminal investigations and what we seek in return. The bill also enables police to apply for production orders and surveillance device warrants in response to a request for assistance from a foreign country. These provisions ensure we are aligned with the Budapest Convention. They also ensure that powers available domestically are available to respond to requests for assistance in foreign investigations and prosecutions. A key principle of mutual assistance is that it must be reciprocal. To receive assistance, we must, of course, be willing to offer it in return as well. By amending our mutual assistance legislation to allow requests for surveillance, it's not the time of the week to be splitting hairs, Doc Webb, we can also make outgoing requests, very outgoing, no doubt. Accordingly, the bill also follows the Attorney General to allows the Attorney General to request a foreign country to undertake surveillance on our behalf. Adding these powers to the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act will enable us to more effectively support international criminal investigations, which is crucial, I say, if we want to combat cybercrime and other forms of harmful criminal activity that occur across borders. It will support our law enforcement agencies to work collaboratively with their peers across the globe. Most importantly, it will also ensure that harm suffered here in our own communities is traced back to those who caused it and that they are held accountable. Under the heading of safeguards for human rights, Mr. Speaker, I do want to point out the importance that of our efforts towards these laudable goals not being manipulated or misappropriated by those who do not share our values. Accordingly, there are a number of safeguards in the bills. Existing requirements in the Search and Surveillance Act and the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act must be met before a production order or a surveillance device warrant can be issued for mutual assistance purposes. These include requirements to refuse assistance if the request appears to be aimed at persecuting someone due to their race, religion or political leanings. The bill further enhances these existing protections by only allowing a mutual assistance order or warrant to be issued by a High Court judge. To give greater clarity to those responsible for processing mutual assistance requests, the bill codifies the decision by the Supreme Court, which requires that a person affected by a search under mutual assistance legislation is notified before any material seized is then sent offshore. The bill makes it clearer who must be notified and when, and ensures a balance between human rights and the practical needs of criminal investigations. In conclusion, through this bill, New Zealand will signal our commitment to combating the serious harm caused by cybercrime, both here and overseas. We will provide our law enforcement with the tools that they need to detect, investigate and prosecute criminal offending, and we thank them for that, even when key evidence is held overseas. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we ensure our laws can continue to protect New Zealanders in the digital age. I commend this bill, therefore, to the House.
This debate is interrupted and set down for resumption next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. on Tuesday the 15th of October. Thank you for 3 weeks of very hard work, and I remind you that began the sitting block with the tributes to the Maori King, King Te Heitia. It does seem some time ago, but it has been something when his House did come together. So thank you.